Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1561, by Ning. 2. Bai Ning's entire being froze like a stone statue after being told that the immortal monarch was alive. Her body trembled after a moment of silence, and she suddenly reached for Xuan Kun's collars. Once she got a hold of his robes, she lifted him into the air and roared, "I swear to God, if you're messing with me." Xuan Kun was startled by her sudden aggression and hastily said, "It's true. This information has already been verified through the heavenly scroll of validity. The chances of this information being fake are almost zero." Who gave you this information?" she growled. Xuan Kun hesitated to reveal this information since the Pavilion of Knowledge prided itself on its confidentiality. If he revealed a customer's name, it would set a dangerous precedent, and if exposed, would sink their reputation to the bottom of the sea. "Please forgive me, but I cannot reveal a client's information, especially if that individual may have a connection with the immortal monarch. I beg for your understanding, Lady Bai," Xuan Kun said, his body soaked in cold sweat. Bai Ning froze again, and after a moment of silence released Xuan Kun and said, "My apologies. I got a little too excited after learning of the information. You're right. This individual likely has connections with the immortal monarch to have such valuable information. I almost made a rash judgment there." Xuan Kun sighed in relief and said, "Thank you for your understanding. Although I cannot reveal this individual's information to you, I can speak with him and see if he would be willing to meet you." Bai Ning's eyes flickered after hearing this and immediately nodded. "Please do. I must speak with this individual no matter what. If there's anything I can do that would increase the chances of meeting him, let me know." Xuan Kun pondered for a moment before responding. "I'm not sure, but he seemed very interested in information related to the immortal monarch. If you have information to share with him, he'd have a reason to speak with you." "Information on the immortal monarch, right? I have plenty of that." Bai Ning quickly agreed. As an immortal monarch enthusiast, Bai Ning collected all sorts of information on the immortal monarch, and being part of an immortal clan, she has access to information not available to the public. "What about the individual you wanted to find?" Chuan Wei suddenly asked. "I can deal with him later." "This takes priority," she said. "Then I'll be back. You can rest in the guest room in the meantime," Xuan Kun said. You make it sound like you'll be able to contact this person soon." "Well, he is currently in the Pavilion of Knowledge, after all." "What did you say?" Bai Ning was pleasantly surprised by this news. "You don't mean..." Xuan Wei swallowed nervously as he thought of their recent rude guests. Xuan Kun left shortly after, leaving Xuan Wei and Bai Ning alone. Some time later, Xuan Kun opened the door to Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch. "Young master, I apologize for disturbing you, but the guest from the Heavenly White Tiger clan would like to meet you. Due to her background, I shared with her the information you told me," Xuan Kun said with an apologetic look on his face. "She wants to meet me, huh?" Yuan didn't immediately give an answer. "She said she's willing to share information on the immortal monarch if you agree to meet with her. Since she's from an immortal clan, her information would undoubtedly be valuable." Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. "Sure, I'll go meet with her." "Thank you." Xuan Kun bowed to him, feeling relieved. Mei placed the scroll in her hands down and asked through divine sense, "Should I come with you?" "No, I can speak with her alone. She might also recognize you," Yuan said. "All right." Mei nodded. Yuan left the room while Mei continued to read the scrolls. Sometime later, Xuan Kun brought Yuan to Bai Ning. The moment Bai Ning saw Yuan, she raised an eyebrow. She didn't recognize Yuan, but felt like they had met somewhere. "Hello, I am Bai Ning of the Heavenly White Tiger clan. How should I address you?" Knowing that he might be connected to the immortal monarch, Bai Ning spoke to him in a respectful tone. "Yuan," he said, "I heard you wanted to speak with me." "What is this about?" he then asked. "I heard from Xuan Kun here that you were the one who told him the immortal monarch is alive. If you don't mind me asking, how did you acquire this information? I will share with you everything I know about the immortal monarch. In case you don't know, the heavenly white tiger god, our ancestor, was one of the 9 divine supremes that followed the immortal monarch, so we know more than most. I don't mind telling you. But can you tell me what you plan on doing with that information first? Yuan said. What I plan on doing? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow as she hadn't thought about it yet. If the immortal monarch is truly alive, I want to meet him, she responded in a low voice after a moment of silence. And what are you going to do once you meet him? Yuan continued to ask. I will serve him just as the 9 divine supreme had. That is my dream, she answered with a serious expression on her face. And what if he refuses? Bai Ning was left speechless. I haven't thought that far, but I will not give up even if it's the last thing I do. Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. If you want to meet the immortal monarch that badly, I can let you meet him. What? Really? You know where the immortal monarch is? Bai Ning's eyes widened with shock. Yes, but you'll have to do something for me. I will do anything, she answered without hesitation. We'll see about that, Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. Chapter 1562, Vial of Blood. Chapter 1562, Vial of Blood. So, what do you need me to do? Bai Ning urged in an impatient manner. Yuan calmly said, You have a brother, right? Yes, I have several younger brothers, in fact. Why are you asking? Bai Ning raised her eyebrows with a confused look. I am looking for one of them. According to what I was told, he wields a pair of gauntlets, Yuan said, pretending he didn't know Bai Sutao. Gauntlet? I know 3 of them that wield them. Any more specifics? I heard he came down to the lower heaven for some mission. Oh, then you must be talking about Bai Sutao, our youngest. Why are you looking for him? I met him not long ago and couldn't finish our conversation because he had to leave suddenly. I'd like to speak with him and repay a little debt I owe him, Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. Is that so? Bai Ning's face became a little nervous as she continued. Unfortunately, Bai Sutao was heavily injured not long ago, so I had to send him back home to the upper heavens. So you might have to wait until he recovers. Heavily injured in the lower heavens? What happened to him? Yuan acted surprised to hear this information. He was viciously beaten by this masked individual. What? Why would this individual do such a horrible thing? Yuan's eyes widened with shock. My brother claimed it was a random attack, that he has no idea why he was being attacked. However, Bai Sutao is a troublemaker, so I wouldn't be surprised if he offended someone he shouldn't have. This individual was insanely talented and powerful. There's no way someone like that would attack Bai Sutao without reason. This is also why I came to the Pavilion of Knowledge, to find this individual who attacked my younger brother. Bai Ning clenched her fists in frustration. In her head, she couldn't care less about avenging Bai Sutao. The real reason she wanted to find this individual was to fight him again and to learn about his mysterious power. What will you do once you find this individual? Yuan asked out of curiosity. Well, I am going to find out the real reason he attacked Bai Sutao, but regardless of the reason, he'd nearly crippled someone from the Heavenly White Tiger clan, so he will need to pay for his crimes. I will bring him back to my family so they can deal with him, Bai Ning said. I see. I hope you find this individual and find justice for Bai Sutao, Yuan said. As for meeting with the immortal monarch, he's not in the condition to meet anyone right now anyway. I'll let you meet him in the future. What, is he okay? You make it sound like he's injured or something. Bai Ning's face darkened, acting like a mother about her missing child. It's complicated, but you'll find out in the future. Anyway, can you share your information on the immortal monarch with me? After a moment of silence, Bai Ning nodded her head, and she retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring before handing it to him. This is my personal logbook. I logged all of my information on the immortal monarch here. You can borrow it for now. Yuan accepted the jade slip and said, Thank you. As a token of our new friendship and to further develop our trust in each other, I would like you to have this. Yuan retrieved an object from his spatial ring and offered it to her. This is. Bai Ning raised her eyebrows at the vial of blood before her with a puzzled face. Why was he giving her blood, and who does it belong to? However, not wanting to be rude, Bai Ning accepted it without any question. Thank you, she said in a stiff voice. The vial was the length of her finger, and only a fourth of it contained blood. It was nice meeting you. Then I'll go back upstairs now. Yuan turned around and left before Bai Ning could question him about the blood. Once Yuan left, Bai Ning opened the vial and took a sniff of the blood. Her senses immediately went crazy from the sweet scent of the blood, and her body trembled uncontrollably from excitement. What a profound scent! Whose blood does it belong to? Even Xuan Kun could smell it from afar, and the scent made his mouth watery. I don't know, but I really want to taste it for some reason. Bai Ning swallowed nervously. Usually she'd never even think about tasting a stranger's blood, but the sweet scent was too enticing and compelled her to do so. I'll just taste a drop to see if I can identify it. Bai Ning carefully retrieved a drop of blood from the vial with her qi manifestation and placed it in her mouth. The instant the drop of blood touched her tongue, an overwhelming sensation surged through Bai Ning's entire being, as if she had been touched by the divine itself, baptized in an ethereal purity that transcended all comprehension. Good heavens, she cried out loud and fell to her knees, nearly dropping the vial of blood in the process. What, Lady Bai? Are you okay? Did that bastard poison you? Xuan Wei exclaimed in a terrified voice after seeing her drastic reaction. Bai Ning didn't respond to him, and merely stared toward the sky with a dazed look on her face. Lady Bai? Xuan Kun swallowed nervously. It's so fucking delicious, she muttered in a dumbfounded voice. Huh? Excuse me, this otherworldly taste that's unlike anything I've tasted before, this to die for taste only one individual could make a divine beast fall to their knees with the delicious taste of their blood, the immortal monarch. This blood definitely belongs to the immortal monarch, Bai Ning exclaimed as she came to a realization. The immortal monarch's blood? Impossible! Xuan Wei cried out loud, his voice filled with disbelief. Chapter 1563, Immortal Monarch's Blood. Chapter 1563, Immortal Monarch's Blood. Both Xuan Wei and Xuan Kun looked as though they just witnessed their ancestor's ghost after hearing Bai Ning's words. Lady Bai, I don't mean to doubt you, and I apologize in advance for saying this, but could you be mistaken? Xuan Kun said in a nervous voice. Mistaken? Me? Impossible, although I have never tasted the immortal monarch's blood before. I have read enough about it to recognize it if I ever tasted it. This blood is, without a shadow of a doubt, the immortal monarch's blood, and I am willing to bet my life on it. Bai Ning spoke with confidence, and swallowed nervously. He didn't wholly believe Bai Ning, but it wasn't as though he could make her use the scroll of validity, as that would basically tell her he didn't trust her. However, if there's even 1% that the blood genuinely belonged to the immortal monarch, he wanted it. Lady Bai, this may be imprudent of me, and allow me to apologize in advance again, but no. Bai Ning responded before he could even finish his sentence. She turned to glare at him and continued, You were going to ask me to give you some of this blood, right? I refuse. I don't care what you have to offer me. I won't give you even a single drop. Xuan Kun began sweating profusely at her words, but he still remained hopeful. I beg you, Lady Bai, you have about a dozen drops of blood inside that vial. Can't you just spare a single drop for this old man? It would mean the world to me. Bai Ning sneered and said, I'll think about it if you can find me the individual who attacked Bai Sutao. Xuan Kun's jaw dropped after a moment of silence. He sighed out loud. I'll be blunt, Lady Bai. It's almost impossible to find someone like that with so little information. The only thing we know about this individual is that he's a genius who can fight multiple realms above his own cultivation, and that he wields a golden spear that can penetrate spiritual energy, and there's a high probability that he's from the Dragon Clan. Bai Ning quickly added. Xuan Kun sighed again. I will ask my informants in the third heaven to see if they have any information. It might take a couple of days for a response. That's fine. I planned on staying here a little longer anyway. Bai Ning nodded as she looked at the upper floors of the tower. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Shimei's side. How'd it go? Did she recognize you? Shimei asked. He shook his head. No, but I got the feeling that she finds me familiar. What did you talk about? It was over pretty fast, too. It wasn't much. She asked me how I knew about the immortal monarch being alive. So, did you lie to her? No, I didn't lie. I didn't even tell her anything. He casually shrugged. Huh? Shimei raised an eyebrow. She stopped caring about that when I told her that I could set up a meeting with the immortal monarch for her. And you intend on keeping your word? Of course, but she'll need to do something for me first. I wasn't able to kill Bai Sutao back then, so I'm giving her the chance to set up another meeting for me. Shimei's jaw dropped at his words. And then what? You'll reveal your true identity after killing Bai Sutao in front of her? Pretty much. That's pretty cruel. I wonder how she'll react, she muttered. Yuan smiled and said, I get the feeling that she'd do anything for the immortal monarch. I don't doubt she'd even kill her own brother if the immortal monarch told her to. Then you might as well do just that. At least that'll save you some energy. No, I won't feel satisfied unless I squeeze Bai Sutao's life away with my own hands for attacking you and Feng Feng. Are you sure you want to do that? He's a descendant of the heavenly white tiger god, one of the 9 divine supremes. I won't blame you for forgiving him. Shimei wondered if he'd feel bad about killing one of his followers' descendants. It's not like he's the heavenly white tiger god's son or even grandson. If the heavenly white tiger god were here, he'd probably kill Bai Sutao before I could even get to him. Yuan shook his head. You make a fair point, Shimei mumbled with a look of realization. Anyway, I'll deal with it when we get there. For now, let's check out the information that the woman gave me for meeting her. Yuan retrieved the jade slip and began reading its contents. Half of the information in the jade slip talked about the heavenly white tiger god's achievements during his time as one of the 9 divine supremes. The other half was mostly scattered information about the immortal monarch, such as potential hobby, his height, his woman type, and how delicious his blood tasted. There's not much in here that I don't already know, but there is some useful information about the heavenly white tiger god and their heavenly white tiger clan, Yuan muttered after reading all the information, feeling as if he had just perused the diary of a love-stricken teenager. The text was filled with effusive praises for the immortal monarch, offering more adulation than substantial information. Most of the information left in this room are rumors rather than actual facts, said Shimei. Yuan nodded and said, Then let's read through them quickly and leave. A few hours later, a familiar voice resounded inside Yuan's head. My liege, I have found this immortal you're looking for. Oh, where are they? They're actually very close to your current location, hiding on a remote island in the middle of the Purple Sea, Dong Ye said. Perfect. Yuan smiled at this information. Chapter 1564, Meeting the Escaped Immortal. Chapter 1564, Meeting the Escaped Immortal, after learning that. The escaped immortal was close to his location. Yuan said to Shimei, Let's stop here. Something else came up. Worried that the immortal might leave before he could finish the scrolls in this place, Yuan decided to deal with the immortal first, then return to the Pavilion of Knowledge to finish the rest if possible. Huh. What came up? Shimei lifted her head to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Since Dong Ye spoke to Yuan through divine sense, she had no idea about their conversation. Yuan gave her a quick brief of his situation. There is a place called the 9-Heaven Eternal Grotto that imprisons some of the most dangerous immortals in the world. A few of them escaped recently, and one of them managed to enter the 4th heaven. That immortal happens to be close by, so I'm going to kill them real quick. What? An immortal? Shimei was shocked speechless by such information. You make it sound like killing an immortal is a simple thing to do. They are so powerful that even a divine ancestor would not last a single strike from them. And they won't die even if you destroy their body. Shimei exclaimed. I doubt I will be able to kill an immortal in their perfect condition. This immortal is greatly weakened due to being in the 4th heaven, so I have a good chance of defeating them. Even if their cultivation is weakened, they can still use powerful techniques and immortal qi which mortals cannot resist." Yuan confidently smiled and said, "I know it's dangerous, but I have to do this. You should stay here. I don't want you to get caught up in our fight." "No, let me fight with you." Shimeli quickly shook her head. Yuan sighed. "That's not possible, and you should know that. I won't have the leisure to protect you during our fight either." Shimeli clenched her jaws tightly in frustration, but she couldn't argue with Yuan. She knew that she would die long before she could even react if she fought with an immortal. After a moment of silence, she sighed out loud. "In this entire universe, you're probably the only mortal who would dare to fight an immortal. But that's also what I like about you. Don't die on me, Yuan. I promise you that I'll return." Yuan nodded with a serious face. He left the room shortly after while Shimeli remained inside. "Are you leaving already?" Yuan encountered Xuan Kun on his way out. "I'll be leaving for a little, but I'll be back. Shimeli will stay here," Yuan said. "Is that so, by the way, that vial of blood you gave to Lady Bai? Do you have more? Even a single drop is enough. If so, I'd like to purchase it from you." Xuan Kun decided to try his luck with Yuan since it might be impossible to get Bai Ning to part with her supply. Yuan shook his head and said, "Sorry, but that's all I have." "Is that so?" Xuan Kun wore a dejected expression on his face, looking like he'd been rejected by the love of his life. After leaving the Pavilion of Knowledge, Yuan asked Dong Ye for directions to the escaped immortal. "If you fly southwest, you should arrive at a small island in 3 days. The escaped immortal is hiding there." Dong Ye said, "All right." Without hesitation, Yuan started flying toward the southwest. 2.5 days later, he could see a small island on the horizon. This island had a small mountain on it, and it was surrounded by purple trees. Yuan didn't want to alert the immortal with his divine sense, so he restrained from using it on the island. However, Dong Ye was a different story, as his divine sense would be too powerful for the immortal to sense. "Where is he?" Yuan asked, hidden in one of the mountain caves. "They've hidden their presence and are trying to recover spiritual energy. If you want to fight them, now is the best time," Dong Ye said. Yuan nodded and took a moment to prepare himself. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved Starry Abyss before releasing his aura. He purposefully avoided using number 1 under heaven to see how much he could handle without her. "Come out," he roared. The instant the immortal sensed Yuan's presence and powerful aura, they immediately thought about escaping. However, they stopped when they realized that Yuan was alone and was a mere spirit king. After a moment of pondering, the immortal emerged from their hiding spot to confront him. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the immortal's appearance, shrouded by a mysterious mist, looking like a cloud that could block divine sense. "If divine sense doesn't work, let's try divine gaze." Yuan used divine gaze, and to his surprise, he could see through the mist, but the immortal's true appearance remained as a silhouette. The figure inside the mist narrowed their eyes after sensing Yuan's divine gaze. A mere spirit king using divine gaze only those in the divine realm can use? "Who is this kid?" the immortal wondered inwardly. "Hey, why don't you show me your real appearance?" Yuan suddenly spoke. "And why would I do that?" The immortal spoke in a hoarse voice. "I'm just curious. I want to see my opponent before fighting them. You want to fight me? A mere mortal? Do you even know who I am?" The immortal expected many things from Yuan, but a fight was not one of them. They were also confident that Yuan was not suppressing his cultivation and was a genuine spirit king. "Yes, I do. You're an immortal who escaped the 9-heaven eternal grotto, right? And you still want to fight me despite knowing that? Why are you trying to kill yourself?" The immortal couldn't believe what they were hearing. "Who said anything about wanting to die? You may be an immortal, but your cultivation is currently restricted to the Divine King realm." Yuan smiled. The immortal was speechless. They couldn't fathom how Yuan could talk so confidently before someone several realms above his own strength. "To think I'd be looked down upon by a mere mortal. Ha ha ha!" The immortal suddenly laughed out loud. Very well, I shall teach you the difference between a mortal and an immortal today at the cost of your insignificant life." The immortal roared, his aura skyrocketing. The next second, chapter 1565, Fighting the Escaped Immortal. Chapter 1565, Fighting the Escaped Immortal. When the immortal released their cultivation, Yuan barely felt its pressure. However, they didn't release all of it, and it only went up to spirit enlightenment. The immortal never intended to fight Yuan with their full power, thinking it would be an overkill. Moreover, they were still hiding from the pursuers from the upper heavens. If they released their full cultivation, the pursuers would definitely find them in a heartbeat. "There's no need to expose my location just to kill a mere mortal. I'll end this before he can even realize what had killed him." The immortal laughed inwardly before they flew at Yuan with immense speed. Seeing that the immortal had no intention of fighting him with their full strength, Yuan smiled and said, "You'll also regret underestimating me." Although the immortal was going easy on him, Yuan didn't have the leisure to go easy on the immortal. The immortal, still with the appearance of a floating cloud, flew at Yuan. Yuan immediately used divine gaze to see how the immortal was going to attack him. As though the immortal had turned into a porcupine, hundreds of needles made entirely of spiritual energy burst out of the cloud and flew toward Yuan. 1,000 ghost blades. Yuan cloned the starry abyss 10,000 times and used them to deflect the needles while attacking simultaneously. Cheap tricks. The immortal roared and released some more of their aura, which was strong enough to block the starry abyss and, like an invisible wall, halted all of the attacks. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight of this. Unlike number 1, Under Heaven and Dragon's Soul, the starry abyss is too weak to do anything. Even if I managed to hit him, it wouldn't do any damage. Due to its lack of power, Yuan retrieved the starry abyss. "I definitely need to take some time strengthening the starry abyss after this," he thought to himself as he wielded Dragon's Soul next. 2 soul weapons? The immortal narrowed their eyes at Dragon's Soul, surprised that a mortal could wield 2 soul weapons. They could also feel an unfathomable aura emitted by Dragon's Soul. Yuan used his movement technique to instantly close their distance, approaching the immortal without hesitation. Once he was close enough, he began thrusting Dragon's Soul at the immortal. The immortal was greatly shocked when the Dragon's Soul touched their mist and destroyed it with ease. "Fuck. What the hell is that soul weapon?" The immortal was left terrified after seeing their unique mist being destroyed when it was indestructible to weapons. To think he'd have a weapon that could cut through my mist. What fucking bad luck. The immortal cursed inwardly after realizing they'd met their worst enemy. "Looks like this weapon is effective on you." Yuan smiled after seeing how far the immortal had backed up. "So what? In the end, it's still useless if you can't hit my actual body." The immortal sneered. "We'll see about that." Yuan went on the offensive while the immortal focused on avoiding his Dragon's Soul, occasionally throwing powerful spiritual attacks at Yuan. After just several exchanges, it was clear to Yuan that this immortal was a cultivator who focused on spiritual techniques instead of using weapons like the majority of cultivators out there. What the hell is up with this mortal human? He's just a mere spirit king, yet he fights like he has countless years of combat experience. The immortal was bewildered by how skillful Yuan was in combat. None of his movements were wasted, and his decisions seemed instant, even reading several seconds ahead. The immortal had fought tens of thousands of immortals even before they were sent to the 9 Heavens Eternal Grotto, but they'd never fought someone half as experienced and skillful as Yuan. "My cultivation may be superior, but this bastard's combat skills are unfathomably high. It's like I am fighting someone in the God Ascension realm." The immortal began doubting whether Yuan was actually a spirit king or actually a God Ascension realm cultivator in disguise. Yuan's combat experience through the God of War helped him narrow the gap between him and the immortal, but it was far from enough. Enough! The immortal suddenly roared, and their cultivation entered the divine realm, becoming a divine warrior. The immortal's speed and overall prowess increased significantly after the boost, yet it still wasn't enough to overwhelm Yuan. Is this guy really human? How is he fighting me while only having the cultivation of a spirit king? He should have died long ago. The immortal was baffled by Yuan's nonsensical existence. There were plenty of unique and heaven-defying immortals inside the Nine Heavens' eternal grotto, but none of them were as ridiculous as Yuan, who could fight several realms above his own with ease. Usually, one would be considered talented if they could fight someone 1 or 2 levels higher, a genius if they could battle someone at least 3 levels above, and only a true prodigy would be able to challenge an opponent an entire realm higher. Yuan was currently fighting someone 4 realms above his own. Not only that, but he was also fighting someone 1 major realm above. The difference in prowess between Spirit King and Spirit Enlightenment was insignificant compared to Spirit Enlightenment and Divine Warrior. If the former was akin to heaven and earth, the latter was akin to earth and 9 heavens. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yuan or the immortal, a figure was watching their fight from afar. So that's the newcomer, huh? Magnificent? He truly deserves to be a general with his capabilities, much less a member of the celestial overlords. Kellan smiled as he continued spectating their fight. However, to defeat that immortal will require much more than that, Junior. A few moments later, the immortal increased their cultivation by another level, entering Divine Master. The difference between Divine Warrior and Divine Master is greater than Spirit King and Divine Warrior. How will you deal with this now? Kellan mumbled as he prepared to save Yuan at any moment. Chapter 1566, Fighting the Escaped Immortal, 2-1566. Fighting the Escaped Immortal, 2, Divine Master, huh? Finally, some challenge. Yuan smiled upon seeing the immortal's increased cultivation. That arrogance won't last long. The immortal roared before they rushed at Yuan. Just the pressure from the immortal's aura alone would kill an ordinary Spirit King. However, Yuan had the golden immortal physique, as well as a sword body, so he barely felt it. Shrouded illusion. The mist around the immortal suddenly began spreading, quickly covering 100 miles around them. While inside the mist, Yuan's divine sense and eyes were rendered useless. The only thing he could rely on was his divine gaze and instincts. Suddenly, as though a massive horde of monsters appeared, Yuan could hear loud noises approaching him from a distance. Soon, thousands of silhouettes appeared, crashing toward him like a wave. Each individual silhouette had a distinct aura and presence, making them feel incredibly real, almost indistinguishable from reality. Without hesitation, Yuan fiercely swung Dragon's Soul, instantly destroying the horde of silhouettes and scattering the mist like smoke. However, the mist quickly restored itself, and another illusion appeared shortly after. Moreover, the mists started transforming into a background until the mists were no longer visible, and Yuan quickly found himself in the middle of a bustling city. Chicken skewers here? Come get your chicken skewers. Free newspapers. Free newspapers. Mom, I am tired. Let's go home already. The pedestrians spoke and acted like real humans. The smell of chicken skewers reached Yuan's nose, and he could even feel the heat coming from the blazing sun in the sky. It was almost as if he'd been teleported to an actual city. However, Yuan's expression remained nonchalant. This is quite a powerful illusion. I wouldn't blame anyone for falling to it, he thought. If one had weak mental strength, one would quickly lose oneself in the illusion and fail to distinguish fake from reality. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A second later, when he opened them again, he could no longer see the people or the city, and the mist was visible once again. Moreover, several spiritual attacks were launched in his direction. Despite seeing the attacks and having plenty of time to avoid them, Yuan stood still and allowed the attacks to strike his body. The impact from the attacks was strong enough to blow the mist field away. Yet Yuan remained still, and his body was only slightly injured. By the time the immortal even realized Yuan had survived the attack, his injuries had already healed completely. Heavens, he took several Divine Master's attacks with his bare body and took virtually no damage. What is his body made of? Killen's eyes widened with shock after witnessing this. Despite being a body refiner himself, Killen could not imagine the extent to which Yuan had tempered his physique to be able to achieve such a ridiculous feat. Although the immortal's face wasn't visible, Yuan could tell they were greatly shocked by his durability. Not only did Yuan casually shrug off their powerful illusion, but he even ate several of their spiritual attacks with his bare body and came out unscathed. The immortal were beginning to wonder whether they could defeat Yuan without using their full strength. However, even if they managed to kill Yuan, they would have to deal with their pursuers afterward. Damn it all. Why did I have to encounter such a fucking monster in the fourth heaven? My luck is rotten to the core. The immortal cried inwardly. They'd managed to escape from the Nine Heavens' eternal grotto to the fourth heaven without feeling half as cornered as they were currently, and it was all due to a single mortal. Fuck it. Let's just quickly kill him and hope my pursuers aren't so close that I won't be able to escape. The immortal increased their cultivation once again, reaching all the way to the peak of Divine Grandmaster. The aura being emitted by the immortal now was at least 4 times stronger than before. Sensing the tyrannical aura coming from the immortal, Yuan knew that even his godly body would not be able to endure a single hit from the immortal. The difference between Spirit Master and Spirit Grandmaster was simply too massive for him to ignore. I guess it's finally time to fight seriously. For the first time during their fight, Yuan equipped his equipment, from the Stygian vest to the Stygian boots. Indeed, Yuan had been empty-handed this entire time while fighting the immortal. The moment Yuan equipped his equipment, his aura changed drastically. The immortal frowned at this and, without hesitation, increased their cultivation once again, becoming a Divine Lord. The Stygian vest could deflect all attacks below Divine Lord, but that ability was rendered useless the moment the immortal became a Divine Lord. However, Yuan was using it for its life-saving skills, so it was still useful. Yuan and the immortal began their clash shortly after. The two of them moved at the speed of light, and every exchange would fill the surface of the Purple Sea with large craters. The immense spiritual energy emitted by their fight rippled far and wide, reaching even the Pavilion of Knowledge. After sensing the powerful ripples, Bai Ning and the others within the Pavilion of Knowledge stopped whatever they were doing and became alert. What powerful spiritual energy! 2 Divine Realm experts must be fighting each other nearby. I need to check this out. Bai Ning looked at Xuan Wei and said, "I'll be back." Since she had nothing to do while waiting for Xuan Kun, Bai Ning decided to entertain herself with this event. "Allow me to come with you just in case," Xuan Wei hastily said. "Just in case what? You're not even qualified to protect me when you're so weak." Bai Ning sneered at his attempt to be a knight, as his cultivation was nowhere near hers. If anything, she would be the one protecting him. Xuan Wei's face flushed with embarrassment after being reminded he was weaker than her. He lowered his head in silence, and Bai Ning left the place and made her way toward Yuan chapter 1567. Fighting the Escaped Immortal, 3 Yuan 1567. Fighting the Escaped Immortal, 3 Yuan. Shi Meili looked toward the direction of his battle with tightly clenched fists and a nervous face. She wanted to follow him so badly, but she knew she would only get in his way, and convinced herself to stay in the room. Meanwhile, Yuan and the immortal continued to attack each other as though their lives depended on it. White Lance. The immortal created over 10,000 spears out of spiritual energy in the sky before launching all of them at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan stopped moving and focused on blocking the attack. Using Dragon's Soul, he destroyed as many of them as he could, and purposefully allowed some of them to hit his body. Even with his godly body and Stygian vest, the spears were powerful enough to penetrate holes into his body easily. Still, due to his regeneration ability, these holes would instantly recover, and in seconds it was as though they never existed. The Stygian vest, as a treasure, also had a similar function. Unless struck by an attack strong enough to obliterate it completely in one hit, it would always recover. The immortals slowly increased their cultivation from the first level of Divine Lord to the peak of Divine Lord. After an entire day of trying to kill Yuan with no results, the immortal finally had enough and roared, "Ah, I've had enough of you. I don't know what trick you're using, but I will not let this go on any longer." He released all of his cultivation, causing it to shoot to the peak of Divine King instantly. The immortal's aura was so tyrannical that Yuan felt like someone was strangling him by the neck. The difference between Spirit King and Divine King was simply too vast, even for someone like Yuan, without hesitation. Yuan tossed most of his cards onto the field. After releasing a deafening roar, Yuan transformed into his dragon form. However, he didn't feel that was enough and equipped the celestial visage. A celestial-grade treasure. How in heaven's name did he acquire such a treasure in the fourth heaven? Kalen's entire being trembled after seeing Yuan pull out a treasure far beyond their current realm. However, what shocked him the most was Yuan's transformation. Is he actually half human and half beast, he wondered out loud. Just what the fuck are you? How many more bullshit are you going to pull out of your ass? The immortal exclaimed after seeing Yuan's transformation. The immortal was certain that Yuan was only at the Spirit King level, as he would have advanced his cultivation base long ago if he were higher. However, the fact that he hadn't meant that this was his true cultivation. Yet this raised more questions. How could a Spirit King be on par with a Divine King? The difference between their cultivation was so vast that no treasure or technique could bridge the gap. At least, that's how it should have been. "I'm not done yet," Yuan suddenly said. God of War's astral arts. A massive avatar appeared, its frame big enough to completely obstruct the immortal's view of the purple sea. That's ridiculous. The immortal cried out loud. That's the God of War's astral art. Did Celestial Overlord Shu teach him that technique? Kellen cried out loud, compared to his previous shocks. This revelation was the most profound, shaking him to his core. However, Yuan still had more cards to play. After putting away Dragon's Soul, he retrieved number 1 under heaven, instantly filling the atmosphere with an otherworldly aura. A third soul weapon? The immortal was on the verge of tears. They could have never even dreamed of encountering such a monster in the fourth heaven. Hell, not even the supreme heaven had a monster like Yuan. Let's play to our heart's content. Yuan spoke with a wide grin on his face as he struck first. 9 supreme swords. The first strike descended upon the unprepared immortal like a falling mountain. However, as powerful as Yuan's attack appeared, he was still fighting a Divine King, and the immortal was able to block it without too much difficulty. The second strike immediately followed. "Don't you dare look down on me, mortal. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, it won't help you defeat me." The immortal roared as they blocked the second strike. Then the third and fourth shortly after. The fifth and sixth strike was also blocked, but the immortal struggled to do so. The seventh strike was so powerful that the immortal barely managed to block it. Once the eighth strike descended, the immortal didn't dare to block it and opted to avoid it. The eighth strike struck the purple sea, splitting it in half. "What's wrong? Why are you running from a mortal?" Yuan provoked the immortal as he launched the 9th sword strike. The pressure from the 9th sword strike was nothing to scoff at. Even Kalen, who was watching from afar, felt threatened by it. Although enraged, the immortal didn't succumb to Yuan's provocation. Instead, they employed a movement technique so swift that it appeared as if they had teleported. The 9th sword strike cleaved the purple sea with such force that it not only split the water in half, but also gouged a profound fissure into the seabed. 2 powerful tsunamis were also created from the split water reaching the clouds. Let's see if you can avoid this. Limitless sword domain, thousands of swords appeared in the sky before flying toward the immortal, who frantically tried to avoid them. However, the swords chased after them like homing missiles. Each sword is overflowing with enhanced sword aura. What a terrifying ability. Kalen felt a strong urge to fight Yuan after witnessing how fierce their battle was. I have severely underestimated our newcomer. At this rate, he might actually be able to defeat this immortal. Kalen almost couldn't believe his own words. The thought of a mortal killing an immortal was so outrageous that even insane people wouldn't believe it. Yet, it was slowly happening before Kalen's eyes. Chapter 1568. The Escaped Immortal's True Appearance. 1568. The Escaped Immortal's True Appearance, Re Vinu Eltom. However, as much as Kalen wanted Yuan to defeat the immortal, he still expected Yuan to lose the fight. Although you've been doing good so far, the immortal still has one more trick up their sleeve. This trick is what differentiates and truly separates mortals and immortals, Kalen muttered after seeing how much Yuan was dominating the immortal. This is outrageous. Why does such a mortal exist in a place like the fourth heaven? If only I weren't injured by the pursuers, I could have killed him in seconds instead of being ridiculed like this. The immortal cursed inwardly. They had been chased non-stop since escaping the 9 Heavens eternal grotto and were injured in the process. If it weren't for their injury, Yuan wouldn't have been able to push the immortal so far. This mortal should not exist. His existence is extremely dangerous. Even if I have to sacrifice my life in the process, I will get rid of him. Several hours later, the immortal's aura suddenly changed, causing their surroundings to freeze from spiritual energy to the purple sea. Everything was still, as though time itself had frozen. This pressure. Yuan halted his movements after sensing this familiar aura. He excitedly smiled and said, "It's about time you use immortal qi. I was wondering when you'd use it. I hate to admit this, but to force an immortal like me to use immortal qi on you, a mortal, is an unprecedented feat that I must respect." As the immortal spoke, the mist around them began dissipating, revealing their true appearance for the first time. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw the immortal, who was much smaller than he'd anticipated. "A child?" Yuan muttered in a daze as his gaze stared at the little boy floating before him. The immortal's true form was revealed to be that of a small boy, seemingly no older than 10 years. Of course, the immortal wasn't a real child, but merely bore the appearance of one. Adding to the strangeness, a short white tail protruded from his back. "As a show of respect, I shall fight you in my true form," said the immortal. You're not human?" Yuan asked him with a strange frown. "Do I look human to you? I am of the proud Misty Fox race." The immortal responded in a boastful tone. "Ha!" Yuan sighed with a genuinely disappointed look on his face. He'd gone out of his way to fight this immortal because he thought they were human. However, now that the immortal is revealed to be a beast, it would no longer count toward his unique quest even if he were to defeat the immortal. The immortal misunderstood Yuan's reason for disappointment and roared. "Are you looking down on me because of my appearance? This is why I refuse to show myself." Despite saying such words, the immortal had to reveal himself mainly due to his injury. Concealing himself required a significant amount of energy, and he wouldn't be able to maintain it for much longer if he also had to use immortal qi on top of that in such a state. In the end, the immortal decided to throw away his defenses to focus solely on his attack power. Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I am not looking down on you. I thought you were human, hence why I even bothered to fight you. Now that I know you're a beast, I don't really have a reason to continue fighting you." "What kind of bullshit is that? You disturbed my recovery and forced me to reveal myself. We're going to fight to death, even if you don't want to," the immortal shouted. "I never planned on backing out of our fight anyway." Yuan smiled. "There won't be any fight. I am going to massacre you now." The immortal roared before activating a technique using immortal qi instead of normal qi. Immortal White Lance. The same technique from before was now multiple times stronger, and since they were created from immortal qi, Yuan would not be able to destroy them even using Dragon's Soul. Furthermore, the immortal qi being exuded by the immortal made it much more difficult for Yuan to move, and his entire body was screaming from pain. In fact, his muscles were being torn apart every passing second. He was essentially a sitting duck at this moment in time. Seeing this, Kellen prepared to save Yuan Mei, however, despite his seeming perilous situation. Yuan did not panic. "Die, you monster," the immortal gestured, causing hundreds of immortal white lances to rain upon Yuan. Yet Yuan refused to move, much less dodge the incoming attack. Has he given up on living, fool? Not daring to wait until it was too late, Kellen made his move, disappearing from his spot. A split second later, Kellen appeared in front of Yuan, who was slightly surprised by this sudden intruder. However, before Yuan could speak or take any action, Kalen released an overwhelming aura that far surpassed the immortal and destroyed all of the immortal's attacks with a mere flick of his arm, treating them like they were mere candle flickers. The immortal's entire body trembled in fear when he sensed Kalen's profound presence. Unlike the immortal, who had traversed to the fourth heaven illegally, Kalen received approval, so his cultivation wasn't as suppressed as the immortal. However, the immortal was sure he would not be this newcomer's opponent even if they had similar cultivation. Ignoring the immortal, Kalen turned to look at Yuan with a proud demeanor around him. "Why did you give up at such a crucial moment, Junior? Even if you are certain of your death as a man, you should fight until your last breath. Who knows? Maybe a miracle could have happened." Kalen expected Yuan to thank him for saving his life. Yet Yuan had a frown on his face. He removed the celestial visage so Kalen could see his frown and said coldly, "Who said I gave up? And who the hell are you? Who permitted you to interrupt our fight?" "Huh," Kalen muttered in a surprised tone, his expression puzzled. Chapter 1569, Distraction. Chapter 1569, Distraction. 1569, Distraction. Kalen was rendered speechless by Yuan's response, and after a moment of silence he spoke. "Junior, it's good to be confident in yourself, but you were clearly on the brink of death. If I hadn't saved you just now, you'd have become a human skewer. Also, if you hadn't given up, why were you frozen just now? Any onlooker would have assumed you were giving up in that situation," Kalen said. Yuan shook his head and sighed. "While I appreciate your thoughtfulness, it was unnecessary and undermined my existence. Leave. I don't need your assistance." "You?" Kalen's expression quickly turned angry. He couldn't believe he was being lectured by the very person he had just saved. "Is that so, then? You can go ahead and die here, you stubborn and arrogant little bastard." Kalen left the scene the very next moment. However, Kalen didn't wholly leave, and only pretended to do so. Even if Yuan refused his goodwill and shooed him away, he still had a duty to protect Yuan, and it was not only his promise to Elder Bai that compelled him to do so. Yuan's talent was simply shocking and unlike anything he'd seen before, and that fact alone was worth his protection. Regardless of his character, he's a profound existence that will significantly benefit our celestial overlord in the future. However, he'll need to survive until then, and with his suicidal nature, it's not going to be easy keeping him alive. Kalen sighed inwardly, feeling like an older brother trying to keep his younger siblings out of trouble even though he was hated by them. Meanwhile, the immortal was left speechless by what had just transpired. "Who the hell was that bastard just now? I don't recognize him, and since he left without doing anything to me, it's safe to assume that he's not with the pursuers." The immortal swallowed nervously. If Kalen had been with his pursuers, he would have never made it to the fourth heaven alive. That was just how vast the difference in their strength was. Immortals are prideful creatures, so for one to acknowledge their inferiority held great significance. "I apologize for that." Yuan suddenly said, "What?" The immortal stared at him with wide eyes. "That man's interruption, although it was never my intention, he disturbed our battle. Go ahead and use that technique again. I can even wait for you to recover some of your energy." Yuan explained. Not just the immortal, but even Kalen was utterly speechless. After a moment of silence, the immortal began trembling, his face flushed red, turning into a tomato. "Stop moking me, you bastard! Do I really appear that pathetic to you?" With an enraged bellow, his aura skyrocketed. Meanwhile, several individuals far away from the purple sea sensed the distinct aura of the immortal's chi. It's the escapee. Why are they releasing so much immortal chi? Are they engaged in battle with another immortal? It must be the others. But why didn't they notify me? They know that immortal isn't someone they can handle alone. The immortals chasing after the escaped immortal were puzzled when they were not notified, and when they contacted the others, they were shocked to learn that none of them were actually fighting the escaped immortal. "What? None of you are fighting the escapee? Then, what's with this immense immortal chi? They wouldn't release so much immortal chi for no reason. Maybe the escapee is trying to lure us into a trap. Do you seriously believe that? Whatever the escapee is attempting, we need to capture or kill them." Let's hurry up before they escape our grasp again. These immortals immediately started soaring toward the purple sea. At the same time, Bai Ning was just minutes away from reaching her destination. Unlike Kellan, Yuan could sense her approaching presence from miles away. Not wanting to expose his identity so quickly, he wore the celestial visage again, hiding his face. Just as Bai Ning arrived, the immortal activated his technique again. Immortal White Lance. Thousands of white lances filled the sky, each exuding profound immortal qi. Bai Ning was shocked by the scene, but when she noticed the masked man in the middle of the battlefield, her eyes fixed on him, and she was unable to look away. "It's him!" she exclaimed in a bewildered voice. Although he was wearing a different mask, she recognized him as the individual who bullied Bai Sutao and used that weird technique on her. Bai Ning wanted to approach Yuan, but he was in a position where she could not enter, as she risked getting blown away with him by the immortal "D for me, you human mortal." The immortal released his technique. Kellan gritted his teeth as he watched Yuan being bombarded with immortal qi. He wanted to believe in Yuan, but his instincts acted before he could even think. However, he was immediately halted by an unfathomable presence that surpassed even Senior Bai. "Who's there?" Kellan frantically looked around but couldn't sense anyone. To avoid my detection, they must be a God Ascension Realm expert. "What the hell is going on right now?" he cried inwardly. "Oh no, Junior." The distraction rendered Kellan unable to save Yuan, his mind already racing to formulate excuses for when he would have to report Yuan's death to Senior Bai. Yet Kellan's face filled with disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding events. What he saw defied all expectations and left him momentarily paralyzed in astonishment. The immortal's attacks landed with unerring precision, each strike tearing holes through Yuan's body. Yet, to the immortal's astonishment, the grievous injuries Yuan sustained healed instantly, akin to a demon's heaven-defying regenerative abilities. It was as if the very laws of nature bent to keep Yuan whole. Progress 15%, progress 17%, progress 20%. The merging of his physiques, which had been progressing at a snail's pace, began to advance rapidly under the immense stress Yuan's body was enduring. "Just what the fuck are you?" The immortal shrieked out loud, his face twisted in anger, but his eyes showed a hint of fear. Chapter 1570 Progress. "Why won't you just die? Die already, you fucking monster." The immortal relentlessly assaulted Yuan with immortal qi, but regardless of the countless wounds inflicted, Yuan would miraculously heal all injuries within half a second. Progress 22%. Progress 25%, progress 30%, your understanding of immortal qi has significantly increased. Not only was Yuan's physique rapidly merging, but his comprehension of immortal qi was also deepening merely by being immersed in it. Yuan even closed his eyes and started cultivating. This bewildered everyone watching. What the hell is he? This is beyond the realm of talents and what humans can achieve. Kellan swallowed nervously at the ridiculous scene before him, and his regenerating ability rivals that of a demon. Don't tell me he has demonic blood flowing through his veins? The possibility that Yuan might be a demon filled Kellan with wariness and profound anxiety, knowing the immense implications it would have. Meanwhile, Bai Ning had her jaw tightly clenched, her expression more irritated than shocked. He can fight someone over 8 realms above his own strength. Bai Ning was irritated that Yuan, the very person who had humiliated the Heavenly White Tiger clan by defeating Bai Shutao, possessed far more talent than she did. Despite being a prodigy capable of battling opponents nearly 2 entire realms above her own cultivation and being hailed as one of the top prodigies of their era, she was akin to an ordinary individual before Yuan's talents. However, even with their differences, Bai Ning wanted to fight Yuan, and that feeling was boosted by her competitive nature. Progress 85%, progress 88%, progress 93% as the immortal increased the intensity of his attacks. Yuan's merging progress advanced even faster. "You will fall here even if it's the last thing I do." The immortal bellowed as he exerted his maximum strength. The pressure from his aura was so intense that it seemingly filled the entire purple sea, causing the surrounding islands to tremble violently. The immortal was exerting so much strength that he somehow broke through some of heaven's restrictions on his cultivation, causing his cultivation to enter divine emperor. The immortal's aura pierced the heavens. "Immortal mist gathering!" The immortal roared, creating a massive lance in the sky that rivaled the size of Yuan's god of war's astral arts. "Let's see if you can regenerate from a completely obliterated body," the immortal laughed maniacally before launching the massive lance at Yuan. "Do you need my help?" Zixuan's voice suddenly resounded. "No, I'll be fine. Is that so? Then I'll go back to sleep," Zixuan calmly said. The massive lance arrived in front of Yuan the following moment. "Ha!" Yuan released a powerful roar as he brought forth every ounce of power within his body. For the first time in a long time, Yuan was going beyond his limit. Your understanding of immortal qi has significantly increased. A faint but noticeable amount of immortal qi exuded from Yuan's body. "Immortal qi? Impossible!" Kelan cried out loud. "No, it's weak and incomplete, but it's undeniably immortal qi. That arrogant bastard is already able to comprehend immortal qi. He's not even in the divine realm, much less the immortal realm." Most people start comprehending immortal qi at immortal ascension realm, and only when they fully comprehend immortal qi would one be able to enter the immortal realm as a bronze immortal. However, Yuan, who was still immortal with a Spirit King cultivation, was already showing signs of comprehending immortal qi. If the world knew such a genius existed, many powerhouses would try to recruit him or outright erase him if he rejected them. In the next moment, the lance struck Yuan's body. Yet instead of piercing through him as usual, it froze in place as if suspended in time, barely penetrating the surface like a needle hanging by a thread. "What?" The immortal was shocked by what he was witnessing. Despite Yuan's immortal qi being incomplete, it was still powerful enough to barely hold back the immortal's qi progress 97%, progress 98%, progress 99%, D already. The immortal bellowed as he detonated the lance, causing a massive explosion that shook the fourth heaven. Profound immortal qi erupted like a shockwave, generating tsunamis that surged in every direction. "Junior." Kelan's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. I was too absorbed in their fight and failed to protect the newcomer. The celestial overlord and senior Bai will skin me alive once they find out. Kelan cried inwardly, feeling a strong urge to bury himself in a hole and never emerge. Fuck. Don't tell me he died just like that. I never even got the chance to have a rematch with him. Bai Ning gritted her teeth in frustration. Ha ha ha, I did it. I finally killed that fucking cockroach. The immortal laughed out loud. At the same time, several more individuals appeared at the scene. They were the immortal's pursuers, and they arrived shocked, as they'd witnessed the moments before Yuan was caught up in the explosion. Meanwhile, after enduring the immortal's explosion head-on, Yuan's body was obliterated, leaving behind only a few scattered cells, yet he did not receive the death notification. Progress 100%. Congratulations, your heaven-refining physique has successfully merged with golden immortal physique, transforming into heaven-refining immortal physique. Congratulations on evolving your physique. You have become the first player to evolve your physique. Yuan's obliterated body immediately began to repair itself. As his form regenerated fully, his dantian also underwent a profound transformation. Follow current novels on giweftnovel.com. The invisible wall that had been blocking his cultivation advancement past Spirit King was finally lifted, and Yuan could feel his cultivation inching toward the next realm. Impossible," the immortal muttered in a dazed voice, his expression filled with despair. Not human. He cannot be human with that kind of regenerating ability. Don't tell me he's a demon?" The pursuers quickly came to this conclusion. "I'll be damned." Kelan's entire body trembled in excitement. Bai Ning remained silent, but her bewildered expression spoke clearer than any words could. Chapter 1571, Heaven Refining Immortal Physique. You have acquired the title An Evolved Physique. Merger. Yuan inspected his body after acquiring the heaven-refining immortal physique. His body was incomparably stronger than before, whether in strength or durability. If his body couldn't handle the immortal's attacks previously, his current body would have no problem shrugging them off. The difference was akin to comparing dried mud to steel. There were also several other changes that occurred within his body, but he had no idea what they could be for the time being. "Don't move, you demon!" A loud voice with a hint of terror suddenly resounded, snapping Yuan out of his daze. He shifted his head to look at the person who'd just spoken, one of the pursuers up dat id from givondvel.com. "What did you just call me?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "There's no use hiding it. That ridiculous regenerating ability is unique to demons." Yuan was speechless, but he didn't blame this individual for mistaking him for a demon. After all, he would have probably done the same if he were in that man's shoes, as his regenerating ability was acquired through demon cores, so the pursuers weren't wrong. "I understand your confusion, but rest assured I am not a demon," Yuan calmly said. "Shut up! Do you think I'm stupid or something?" The pursuers outright ignored the immortal, whom they had been chasing for months, to focus on Yuan, who was a much bigger threat to the nine heavens than the escapee. "I don't think you're stupid for now. If I were a demon, I would have horns and a crystal, wouldn't I?" Yuan exposed his torso so show that he had no demon crystal on his body. "You're definitely taking me for a fool. High-ranking demons don't have horns and crystals. They look no different than humans. So you're suggesting that I'm a demon emperor who looks no different than humans? How could a demon emperor be a mere spirit king? And why would I bother to risk exposing myself to fight that immortal?" Yuan asked. The pursuer couldn't find a logical explanation immediately and momentarily became speechless. "You're obviously hiding your cultivation. There's no way a spirit king could emit immortal chi." "I don't know why you're fighting with the escapee, but that doesn't prove you're not a demon." One of the pursuers exclaimed. "That's right, you're a demon hiding in human skin," another joined. Seeing how the group of immortals prepared to kill him, Yuan sighed. "You guys must be quite weak if it requires 4 of you to chase after a single escapee. Come, I'll play with you." The group of immortals immediately exploded with anger after being provoked by Yuan. "If we can't capture him, kill him. Kill me? Even though I'm a demon, you should probably get the demon-sealing clan instead." Yuan laughed out loud. The immortals' faces flushed red before surrounding him in a formation. Golden Lotus Prison. The 4 of them worked together to quickly create a powerful formation around Yuan. Although they were only Tier 5 array masters, they were able to create a Tier 6 formation in the blink of an eye together. Yuan suddenly found himself entrapped inside a golden lotus that slowly drained his spiritual energy. When Kalen saw this, he thought about intervening, but he wanted to see how Yuan would deal with this situation first. As long as Yuan's life wasn't in danger, he decided to remain as a spectator. However, with Yuan's regenerating ability rivaling demons, Kalen was no longer worried that he might die. The immortals, aware that their chances of killing Yuan were slim despite the disparity in their cultivation, resorted to using a formation specifically designed to capture entities as resilient as Yuan. "Do you want me to destroy the formation for you?" Yu Ning, who had been silently watching this entire time, suddenly spoke. "No, it's fine. I want to test out my new physique." "Okay." Yuan suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The very next moment, the prison around Yuan suddenly began breaking down, almost as if it were slowly being devoured by an invisible force. What the fuck? The formation's losing energy. That's impossible. That demon bastard is absorbing the formation's immortal chi? What? How is he doing that? Techniques are sealed within the Golden Lotus formation. It must be one of his demon abilities. Hey, escapee, help us kill this demon and we'll give you freedom. One of the immortals turned to look at the escapee. "Are you serious? Even if I want to kill him, you saw for yourself that I am unable to do so. the Misty Fox said. "That's only if you're fighting alone. If the 5 of us work together, there's still a chance." The Misty Fox couldn't reject the possibility of freedom and agreed to help the immortals. "The more the merrier." Yuan smiled. "Your understanding of immortal qi has significantly increased." After consuming immortal qi directly, Yuan's understanding of immortal qi skyrocketed, causing the immortal qi he exuded to become more apparent and profound. "This is the perfect opportunity for me to understand immortal qi." Yuan found a reason to fight these immortals. The 5 immortals, each restricted to the Divine King, began bombarding Yuan with techniques infused with immortal qi frewebelvul. Seem to Yuan, enduring these hits with his bare body felt like being struck with a sledgehammer. However, unlike before, it wasn't enough to destroy his body and merely bruise it. Your understanding of immortal qi has increased. Moreover, whenever their attacks struck Yuan, his heaven-refining immortal physique would automatically absorb some of the immortal qi, weakening the force of their blows and strengthening his body even further. Suddenly, Yuan's aura surged and his dantian expanded. "You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. You have reached first-level Spirit Emperor." Amid the battle, Yuan had a breakthrough and finally escaped Spirit King, becoming a Spirit Emperor. Chapter 1572, Spirit Emperor. The moment Yuan's cultivation entered Spirit Emperor, his aura surged so much that the immortals thought he'd skipped several levels in his breakthrough. This bastard had a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. What a fucking monster! Wait, does that mean he was actually only a Spirit King? The realization that Yuan, merely a Spirit King, possessed the prowess to fight them struck quickly. Their faces filled with terror as the full implications of his power dawned on them. We cannot let him live, or he'll become an immense threat to humanity later. Kill him! Use everything you've got!" The immortals frantically attacked Yuan, viewing him as a looming calamity destined to destroy humanity in the future. Meanwhile, seeing Yuan break through snapped Bai Ning out of her daze, and she suddenly approached the battlefield. "Stop!" she shouted, her voice filled with commanding authority. "Who the hell are you? Are you this demon's accomplice?" The immortals immediately became even more nervous. If Bai Ning turned out to be another demon, they'd have no chance of killing them. However, Bai Ning retrieved a white and black medallion before throwing it at one of the immortals. "That is my identity. This is the Heavenly White Tiger Clan's medallion. And this name, you must be the Heavenly White Tiger Goddess? Are you here to help us subjugate this demon? Thank the heavens." However, Bai Ning shook her head and said, "No, but I want to fight him, so get out of my way." "What? I understand that you want to fight him, but why must you do it alone? He's a dangerous entity, a demon that terrorized our world and all living beings within. Do I really have to explain myself to you?" Bai Ning narrowed her eyes at them. New ML chapters are published on free web novel Sigma Sam. The immortals exchanged nervous glances with each other. Bai Ning's status was simply too exalted for them to ignore, but it was not as though they could let her fight the demon alone. If she died, they would be held responsible, hence their perplexed situation. Seemingly aware of their predicament, Bai Ning said, "Don't worry. Even if I die, you won't be responsible." Bai Ning no longer paid attention to the immortals and approached Yuan, who hovered there calmly, without an ounce of fear in her eyes. Bai Ning spoke. "Yo, do you remember me?" Yuan nodded. "You're the one who interrupted my fight with Bai Sutao? You call that a fight? You were straight bullying my brother?" "Do you know why I did what I did?" Yuan then asked. "No, and I don't care. The only thing that matters to me is you attacked someone from my family." "So you won't care even if he slaughters an entire city of innocent people?" Yuan asked, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. After a moment of silence, Bai Ning responded, "He will atone for whatever crime he'd committed, just like how you'll be punished for attacking a member of the Heavenly White Tiger Clan. Is that so? What if the immortal monarch were in my shoes? What would you do then?" Bai Ning was taken aback by his sudden mention of the immortal monarch. "How dare you utter his sacred name with your dirty mouth? The immortal monarch would never be in your shoes in the first place. Really? The world's a big and mysterious place? What if I turn out to be the real immortal monarch? Yuan teased. Me. Blasphemy, Bai Ning bellowed before suddenly transforming, her aura skyrocketing. I couldn't kill you in the third heaven because of my restricted cultivation, but it's a different story up here. Let's see if you can repeat what you did last time. Bai Ning's aura surged all the way to the peak of Divine King, surpassing the other immortal's aura. This lad is not bad. Kalon nodded in approval after sensing Bai Ning's powerful aura. No matter how high your cultivation is, you'll never be able to defeat me. Yuan casually shook his head. Shut up and fight me! Bai Ning shouted as she started her assault. Yuan didn't move to purposefully test the strength of her first strike. Sha Bai Ning used her bare hands, her claws, to strike, imbued with powerful immortal qi. Her claws were strong enough to cut through Yuan's body. However, the damage was only superficial, and it didn't take more than a second for it to recover fully. Not bad, I suppose, Yuan calmly commented. Shut up and fight me seriously, Bai Ning shouted. Are you actually using Bai Su Tao as an excuse to fight me? All you need to do is ask nicely, you know. Bai Ning responded with another powerful strike, its pressure powerful enough to cleave the purple sea. 5 red lines resembling sword cuts spread across Yuan's chest, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Despite Bai Ning's relentless attack, Yuan remained still, seemingly unwilling to fight her. Fight me, damn it! She roared, her aura surging even higher. Not until you admit that you don't care about the punishment and are only using it as an excuse to fight me. Yuan casually shrugged. Fuck you, Bai Ning continued, launching powerful strikes at yuanmigivnovyol.com. Several moments later, her most potent attack managed to slice his body in half, but it was pointless and just a waste of immortal qi if she couldn't kill him. I'm waiting, Yuan yawned, positioning himself as if he were lazily lying on a couch before a television. Yuan's unwillingness to fight and his blatant mockery infuriated Bai Ning. Fuck! Bai Ning stopped fighting for a moment and cursed out loud. I don't care about Bai Su Tao, or the punishment for attacking a member of our Heavenly White Tiger clan. I just want to fight you, she exclaimed with her face flushed red. That's more like it. Don't you feel better just from being honest with yourself? Yuan chuckled. Fuck you! If you still refuse to fight me properly, I'll make you regret being born, she roared. I am a man of my word, with number 1 under heaven in his grasp. Yuan suddenly charged at Bai Ning. Seeing this, Bai Ning prepared to confront him with a wide grin on her face. Chapter 1573, Beyond Human Capabilities. When Yuan swung number 1 under heaven at her, Bai Ning prepared to confront it with her claws, which were sharper and more durable than even mythic-grade treasures. However, moments before they clashed, her instincts kicked in, causing her to avoid the sword instead. Sha! A powerful sword light swung past Bai Ning's claw and struck the purple sea behind her, splitting it in half. Although the sword light didn't touch her, its aura grazed her hand, and that was enough to cut through her skin. Bai Ning swallowed nervously at this and cried inwardly, if I hadn't avoided his sword at the very last moment, my entire hand would have been cut off. I have never seen such a powerful soul weapon before. Seeing Bai Ning's nervous expression, Yuan looked at number 1 under heaven and showed a bittersweet smile. You're too powerful. After pondering for a moment, he put away the sword and retrieved Dragon's soul again. What is the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me? Bai Ning's brows deeply furrowed. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to kill you, Yuan calmly said. Do you really think you have what it takes to kill me? You're thinking too highly of yourself just because you managed to fight with a few ordinary immortals. Today, I, Bai Ning, shall teach you what a prodigy is like. Bai Ning roared before charging at Yuan, releasing a relentless assault on him. Yuan parried all her attacks, but the impact from her strikes was far stronger than those of all the immortals combined, enough to push him back. So it wasn't just his sword that contributed to his prowess. This bastard must have a unique physique that rivals demons. Bai Ning gritted her teeth as she used all her power, which she rarely did. Hours passed, but Bai Ning couldn't see any opportunity to defeat Yuan. He was akin to an unsurmountable wall, one that could regenerate any damage in the blink of an eye. Is he really a demon? Bai Ning began doubting whether he was actually a demon. Although she had never fought or seen a demon before, she'd heard plenty of rumors about them, especially how they terrorized the world with their godlike healing abilities, the same one Yuan was displaying at this moment. "Are you really a demon?" Bai Ning asked, without stopping the fight. "What do you think?" Yuan casually responded, "I think your healing abilities are ridiculous. Thanks. I am not complimenting you. It's so ridiculous that it's not helping your case." Yuan chuckled and said, "People will believe what they want to believe regardless of the facts, even if it's right in their eyes. There's no need to try to convince these people, as I would only be wasting my breath. You will regret this in the future. Are you worried about me? If so, thanks." Yuan chuckled. "Shut up." Several more hours later, Bai Ning ran out of spiritual energy. Usually she'd be able to fight for months, if not years, without exhausting her spiritual energy, but she had to use a tremendous amount of spiritual energy just to hurt Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan was still full of energy from absorbing her attacks, transforming it into his own energy. "How are you still so full of energy?" Bai Ning was in disbelief. "I just am, anyway. It's been fun, but I have other things to do." "Where do you think you're going?" one of the immortals shouted at him. Yuan fell silent and glanced at him through his mask. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly withdrew number 1 under heaven and charged at the immortal with his movement technique. New novel chapters are published on rewebnovel.com. Immortal Rendering Sword Strike. The immortal was caught off guard by Yuan's surprise attack and failed to react in time before being sliced in half. However, the immortal didn't die and managed to survive with just his soul. Yet Yuan swung his sword again, using nothing but his enhanced sword aura. "No!" the immortal cried out loud, his voice filled with fear. Unfortunately, Yuan didn't spare another thought before cutting down his soul, killing him entirely. Ding! "You have achieved an impossible feat by defeating a cultivator that was at least 9 realms above you. You have acquired the title Beyond Human Capabilities. Beyond human capabilities, when fighting a cultivator, your base stats will be boosted by 100%. Defeat a cultivator who is at least 9 realms above you without using Heaven's supremacy." Completed with 2 of the most challenging tasks completed, Yuan felt like he was making progress for Heaven's supremacy. "What the fuck have he done?" Kelan was greatly shocked by Yuan's actions. In fact, nobody there expected Yuan to suddenly kill one of the immortals there. "You son of a bitch!" The other immortals quickly reacted to the death of their companion, their faces flushed with anger, yet none of them dared to attack Yuan. "You will regret this, you damn demon!" Instead of fighting him, the immortals turned around and ran away. As for the misty fox, he also ran away. Kelan appeared shortly after, with a deep frown on his face. "You? Why did you do that?" he asked. Yuan looked at him and calmly responded, "Why not? That man you killed belonged to the 9 heavens' law and order. Not only do they oversee the 9 heavens' eternal grotto, but they're also responsible for keeping order in the 9 heavens. Their influence is second to the celestial emperor. And you just killed one of them. Is that so? I got unlucky, I guess?" Kelan suddenly turned to look at Bai Ning and said, "Can you please leave us alone? And who the hell are you to command me?" Bai Ning frowned. Kelan's body suddenly released an oppressive aura that filled the entire purple sea. "Please leave while I am still asking nicely." Bai Ning narrowed her eyes at him. After a moment of silence, she turned to look at Yuan and spoke. "This isn't over. I'll defeat you the next time we meet, Freyo Webnoville." Calm. Bai Ning left the scene shortly after, leaving Yuan and Kelan alone in the middle of the Purple Sea. Chapter 1574, 9 Heaven's Law and Order. Chapter 1574, 9 Heaven's Law and Order. Once they were finally alone, Kelan raised his hand and showed his faction's symbol, as long as his rank. Yuan's curiosity was piqued at the sight of Kelan's symbol and rank. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, What brings a high-ranking figure like you to the fourth heaven? I doubt it's a simple task like catching an escaped immortal. Yuan pretended not to be part of the celestial overlord to see Qilan's reaction. There's no need to be on alert. My name is Qilan, and Senior Bai asked me to watch over you because he was worried that your fight with the immortal might go awry. Oh, is that so? I apologize if I had offended you in any way before, Senior. Yuan's attitude suddenly changed, becoming more respectable. This dumbfounded Qilan. The way he treats his friends and foes are so vastly different. Even if I am someone slightly suspicious, he might not hesitate to cut me down. Qilan thought to himself. Anyway, even though nothing happened to you, and you even managed to slay an immortal, albeit the wrong one, I must apologize for failing to save your life multiple times due to how absorbed I was in your fight. Your fight was truly mesmerizing and awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, you ended up killing someone you shouldn't have, and you even made it seem like you're a demon, or are you actually one? Qilan inquired, seemingly unclear on his identity. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I am definitely human. Qilan sighed in relief and said, Thank the heavens. You would have made things really difficult for us if you were a demon. With that said, you'll probably still be hunted by the Nine Heavens Law and Order for killing their member, and rumors about you being a demon will spread. Your healing abilities that rival a demon will concern many people, and they might treat you like a real demon, even if you're a human. However, the celestial overlords will do everything they can to protect you. However, Yuan shook his head and said, Don't worry, I never intended to cause trouble for the celestial overlords. Even if they want to find me, they don't know my real identity yet, so they'll be chasing a phantom for a while. Visit freewebnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. You're unfathomably bold. Nobody could be as calm as you if they knew they were being hunted by the Nine Heavens Law and Order. freewebnovel.com. Yuan shrugged and said, Anyway, since I am safe, does that mean you'll return to the upper heavens now? No, I'll stick around a little longer. After all, it's been so long since I visited the lower heavens. I also want to know more about you, Junior, and once you recover from your fight, let's have a spar. Yuan nodded. All right then, I'll see you later. Qilan left the scene shortly after, returning to Senior Bai to notify him of their situation. Yuan returned to the Pavilion of Knowledge. Yuan, you're okay? Shimei's face immediately brightened after seeing his return. I told you I'd be fine. Yuan smiled. How was it? Did you kill the immortal? She asked. No, he got away, but I did kill an immortal. What? Shimei raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. It's a bit complicated, but this is what happened. Yuan recalled the events that had occurred during his battle. Heavens, what a mess! Shimei's eyes were wide open by the end. Meanwhile, Qilan requested an urgent audience with Senior Bai. When Senior Bai received this urgent request, his eyebrows rose. Sometime later, he met up with Qilan, who was waiting for him inside his world. Senior, Qilan respectfully bowed to him. What's the matter to request an urgent audience? Did something happen to Yuan? Senior Bai went straight to the point. Qilan nodded with a serious expression and said, A lot happened, so sit back and prepare yourself. Senior Bai immediately swallowed nervously. I watched our junior fight the escaped immortal. It was quite something. He exceeded my expectations in every metric and more. This is how it went. While Qilan recalled everything he had witnessed to Senior Bai, the same thing was happening elsewhere with the group of immortals that had confronted Yuan. It's a demon, I tell you. We must contact the demon-sealing clan and the demon-sealing grotto as soon as possible. This demon was unlike anything I've seen or heard. He wielded a sword and spear and had the aura of a beast. He was only a spirit king, but he could use enhanced sword aura and fight several divine kings simultaneously. The leader of Nine Heavens Law and Order listened to the information with a confused and bewildered look on his face. A spirit king that can fight an immortal with their cultivation suppressed to divine king? Has demon-like regenerating ability? What kind of fucking creature are you guys making up? Did you guys get hit in the head too hard when trying to capture the escapee? The leader couldn't believe what he was hearing. This entity sounded like something that wouldn't exist even in exaggerated fiction. "This monster is real," the immortals insisted. The leader sighed. "All right, I'll contact the demon-sealing clan and the demon-sealing grotto. Tell me everything that happened." A few hours later, the leader of Nine Heavens Law and Order visited the demon-sealing faction's headquarters and requested an audience with Qian Chu, the current leader of the demon-sealing faction. "It's been a while, Demon Sealer Qian." Qian Chu casually nodded and said, "I was told you have information on a powerful demon?" "Unfortunately, my faction members encountered this demon in the fourth heaven while chasing after one of the Nine Heavens' eternal grotto escapees. With that said, I am not certain this information is trustworthy. You'll understand what I mean in a bit." "A demon in the fourth heaven? This would be troublesome if true," Qian Chu muttered. "All right, let's hear it. Tell me everything you know about this demon." Chapter 1575, Unknown Demon. Chapter 1575, Unknown Demon. The leader of Nine Heavens Law and Order began recalling what his subordinates told him with a somewhat stiff expression, almost as if he couldn't believe what he was uttering. freewebnovel.com. This demon was only a spirit king when they initially encountered it, but had a breakthrough toward the end, reaching Spirit Emperor. However, even before reaching Spirit Emperor, this demon could fight with the escapee who was restricted to the Divine King realm, even overpower them to a certain extent. Once this demon reached Spirit Emperor, it was able to fight 5 Divine Kings simultaneously, even killing one of our members. This demon wielded 2 different weapons, a sword and a spear, being exceptionally proficient with the sword, to the point where he could use enhanced sword aura. Moreover, both of these weapons were soul weapons. This demon's regenerating ability is also no joke, being able to recover within seconds after having their entire body annihilated. Not only did they have a ridiculously fast regenerating speed, their body was also incredibly durable. This demon wore a mask, but it had no visible horns or unique skin color, a common trait amongst demons. Furthermore, it had the aura of a beast. Qian Chu listened to the information of this potential demon with raised eyebrows. He'd studied and encountered more than anyone within the demon-sealing clan, yet he'd never encountered a demon that could wield soul weapons, much less 2, while demons are naturally powerful and could fight humans with higher cultivation than itself. Not even a demon emperor could fight someone 8 realms stronger, let alone 5 at once. The most ridiculous claim about this demon was that it could use enhanced sword aura. Demons specialized in blood techniques and their own bodies, and there had never been a record of a demon using sword aura, much less enhanced sword aura. If Qian Chu had to be honest, he would outright refute these claims. However, there was no reason for the Nine Heavens Law and Order to fabricate such information, especially since their leader had personally shown up to share it. The details were simply too elaborate to be a joke. So, what do you think? Ridiculous, right? The Nine Heavens Law and Order leaders said with an embarrassed face. However, I have verified the information myself. My members have no reason to lie about this, and they looked genuinely shaken by their encounter with this demon. Qian Chu quickly replied, "I would be lying if I said that I don't doubt such information, but if a demon with this sort of capabilities were to truly exist, our world would definitely be plunged into another chaotic era, perhaps one that's even more chaotic than the last one." The Nine Heavens Law and Order leader swallowed nervously after hearing such words, and he said, "Regardless of if this entity is a demon or a ghost, we must find it and ensure that such a thing won't happen." Qian Chu nodded and said, "I will have all of my Supreme Demon Sealers and Master Demon Sealers look into this demon." "Thank you. I will also contact the Demon Sealing Grotto so we can work together. The sooner we deal with this threat, the better." Although the leader knew these 2 powers rarely collaborated and, more often than not, clashed with each other, they were not in a position to be picky. If this demon turned out to be the real deal, they might have another war with demons. Qian Chu didn't object to the leader's idea to involve the demon-sealing grotto, knowing they would inevitably learn of the situation and intervene, regardless of the demon-sealing clan's stance. The Nine Heavens Law and Order leader didn't linger, and immediately went to the demon-sealing grotto. Qian-Chu also summoned all of the supreme demon sealers and master demon sealers to an urgent meeting, something that has not happened since he became the leader of the demon-sealing clan. The demon sealers were taken aback by the sudden summoning. Filled with a mix of anticipation and a touch of dread, they swiftly assembled at the headquarters. At the meeting, Qian-Chu revealed the situation to the demon sealers, who responded with skepticism rather than shock or fear. I know what you're all thinking, but the leader of the Nine Heavens Law and Order personally delivered this information to me. Regardless if this entity is a demon or something else, it raises too many concerns and must be looked into. Do we have a description of this demon? Someone asked. Qian-Chu retrieved a large scroll and revealed a painting of Yuan on it. This was created by those who encountered the demon. It has all of the details they could recall. Study it and memorize it. While the demon-sealing clan was having their meeting, the demon-sealing grotto was also preparing to hunt this demon. After hearing how ridiculously capable this demon was, they decided to make hunting it their #1 priority. Over the next few days, hundreds of powerful demon sealers would be sent to the fourth heaven. Meanwhile, Senior Bai had trouble standing once Kailan recalled everything to him. Dear heavens, are you sure you weren't hallucinating? Yuan only became a cultivator a few years ago. How in heaven's name is he already fighting immortals? Even if their cultivation was suppressed, their experience should have made an insurmountable difference. Or are you telling me that he'd managed to acquire what others need tens of thousands of years to learn in just several years? Do such terrifying talents truly exist in this world? Trust me, I know how you feel, and I witnessed it firsthand. He's the real deal, a real monster. Kailan sighed. He continued, What should we do now, although the Nine Heavens Law and Order aren't aware of his identity now? They eventually will. Senior Bai pondered for many minutes with a serious expression on his face before speaking. I'll seek guidance from the celestial overlord. Don't utter a word of this to anyone else before I return. Follow current novels on Free Webdensfeld, naturally. Kailan nodded. Chapter 1576, Leaving the Pavilion of Knowledge. After he left, Senior Bai immediately sought an audience with Shu Jiaqi. Once they met, Senior Bai informed her of everything Yuan had done. He's already capable of fighting divine kings despite being only a spirit king. I mocked him for his slow cultivation speed not long ago. Shu Jiaqi wore an astonished expression on her beautiful face, something that rarely happened. Moreover, they're not ordinary divine kings, but real immortals with vast experience. Senior Bai sighed. He continued, Anyway, his monstrous talent is one thing. Killing a member of the Nine Heavens Law and Order is another. I'm afraid they might give us trouble in the future. About that, the Nine Heavens Law and Order have already acted. Shu Jiaqi suddenly said, What? Senior Bai's eyes widened at this new information. The leader has already contacted the demon-sealing clan and demon-sealing grotto, and these two powerhouses have dispatched their experts. Shu Jiaqi explained, Isn't that really bad? What should we do? Senior Bai asked. Shu Jiaqi pondered for a moment before speaking. We won't do anything until we need to. Let's just see where this goes. Are you sure? What if it's already too late by then? Are you still underestimating Yuan after all this? He won't go down so easily, and will have more than enough time to react. Kailan will be with him as well, no? Senior Bai nodded. Kailan wishes to remain in the lower heavens a little longer. Permission granted. Make it his mission to protect Yuan too. However, don't spoil him, only act when absolutely necessary. Shu Jiaqi said. I understand we also have a member within the demon-sealing clan. I'll notify him of the situation, Shu Jiaqi added. Senior Bai nodded. After talking a little longer, Senior Bai returned to Kailan to pass Shu Jiaqi's decision to him. Meanwhile, the Nine Havens went into turmoil after news that the demon-sealing clan and the demon-sealing grotto had dispatched most of their experts in some kind of expedition. Fuck, are we going to war with demons again? No, they are looking for a single demon. What? They dispatched so many people for a single demon. Did they find the demon emperor that escaped previously? Apparently this one is even more dangerous. How long has it been since the demon-sealing clan's been this active? It's been thousands of years. Unfortunately, their activity isn't something to be celebrated but dreaded. Somewhere in the demon-sealing Grand Library, a beautiful woman sat before a scroll with a ponderous face. I wonder how the founder's doing, hopefully. I'll get to see him again soon. Yenhara muttered to herself as she stared at the scroll with the demon's description. As a master demon-sealer, she was also dispatched to the lower heavens. Meanwhile, Yuan and Shi Mei spent several more hours at the Pavilion of Knowledge before leaving. "Are you leaving already?" Xuan-kun asked them when he noticed them exiting the room. "Yes, we've finished reading all of the materials." Yuan nodded. "I see. I hope it was helpful to you." "It was. I learned some new things about the immortal monarch and his companions, mostly about the 9 divine supremes. If you ever need information on anything, don't hesitate to visit our Pavilion of Knowledge. Here is our medallion." There are other Pavilion of Knowledge in other places with different names, but they all serve the same purpose. Our Pavilion of Knowledge happens to be the first one to be founded. Xuan-kun handed him a purple medallion with an image of a pavilion and the word knowledge engraved into it. "Thank you." Yuan accepted the medallion and tossed it into his spatial ring. Xuan-kun shook his head and said, "No, I should be thanking you. Because of you, we know the immortal monarch is still alive out there somewhere. You have no idea how much this means to me, to many beast clans in the 9 heavens." "What does it mean?" Shi Mei asked out of curiosity. "Well, for starters, there will be a massive movement to find the immortal monarch soon." Xuan-kun revealed with a serious face. Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "And what will they do once they find him? The immortal monarch's era ended long ago." "The immortal monarch's era may have ended, but many still revere him. He is akin to their god, a being above humans and beasts. His return will have unfathomable significance that I cannot even begin to comprehend." Xuan-kun spoke with a dazed look on his face. Yuan didn't know how to react to that and remained silent. As they made their way downstairs, their presence caught Bai Ning's attention, who also appeared to be leaving. "Where are you going after this?" Bai Ning asked him. "I don't know." He shrugged. "What about you?" "I have to return to my family temporarily to report some things." "Did you not notice the disturbance from earlier?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "I felt many powerful ripples, but I am not the type to stick my nose in others' business." Yuan replied with a smile. "Good on you. It was a mess out there." Bai Ning sighed. "Oh, what happened?" he asked with a curious face. "A fight between immortals and some crazy bastard, the same bastard that beat my brother." Bai Ning clenched her fist as she recalled him. "The masked individual, he was there? Did you avenge your brother?" Yuan asked with a worried face. Bai Ning merely sighed at his question, her expression darkening with every passing moment. "I see. Yuan wore a look of understanding and didn't inquire further. Well, I hope you'll get to avenge your brother next time." She vigorously nodded. "I won't let him escape a third time. Then I'll see you later." After bowing to each other, Yuan left the Pavilion of Knowledge with Shi Mei, who tried hiding her face by looking away from Bai Ning. Bai Ning stared at Shi Mei's back as she walked to the exit. She looks a little familiar, but from where, she wondered inwardly. Chapter 1577, 100 million. Chapter 1577, 100 million. Once Yuan and Shi Mei left the Pavilion of Knowledge, they disappeared into the Purple Sea. Bai Ning left shortly after and returned to her clan in the upper heavens to update them on the situation. "Where are we going now?" Shi Mei asked Yuan as they soared across the Purple Sea. "A place that will allow me to kill a lot of magical beasts," he calmly said. "Why?" Shi Mei raised an eyebrow. "Although divine beasts and magical beasts are beasts, magical beasts are typically simple-minded and instinct-driven animals mutated through spiritual energy, so divine beasts don't feel anything even if magical beasts are slaughtered. In fact, divine beasts often slaughter and consume magical beasts, which is akin to humans cultivating with spirit stones and monster cores. I need to kill 100 million entities," he sighed. 100 million? Shi Meili's jaw dropped at this astonishing number that would take years of constant grinding. "I would love to ask why you'd need to kill so many, but I'm a little afraid to do so." Shi Meili swallowed nervously. Yuan chuckled and said, "You just asked anyway. It's a quest, something I need to do to become stronger. You're already powerful enough to kill immortals. I cannot imagine how much more powerful you can become." "No, I am not powerful enough to kill immortals. I only managed to kill that one because his cultivation was restricted. If I had to fight him at full power, he'd easily kill me." Yuan shook his head at reality. "Still, I don't think anyone else out there can boast of defeating someone 9 realms above their own strength. With so many experts from the upper heavens showing up, I will need to become strong, much stronger if I want to protect you and everyone." A glint of determination flickered within Yuan's eyes. "We could have asked Xuan-kun, but we had already left the Pavilion of Knowledge." Shi Meili then said, "It's fine. I intend to return to the others first. We can figure out the rest afterward." After returning to the Cultivator's Haven, where Meixiu and the others are in seclusion, Yuan said to Shi Meili, "You can return to training if you want. I'll be away for a few days." "I've had enough training for now. I'll take a look around the city while I wait for your return," she said. "Gib nouvelle." Calm, Yuan nodded. "Stay safe," she chuckled. "Don't worry, I doubt many Baisu are out there." Yuan logged off the next moment. Once he returned to Earth, Yuan went to relax inside the bathroom by soaking in medicine. Even though the medicine no longer had any effect on his body, it still felt better than an ordinary hot bath. After getting out of the bathroom, Yuan noticed a card placed on the desk beside the bed. He picked it up and read its contents. "Chairman Li has contacted us on the great battlefield has finished with its renovations and will resume faction wars soon. Our faction war with Fiery Garden of Hell has been scheduled." 2 days ago, huh? Luckily I finished my business in Cultivation Online earlier, or I would have missed the faction war, he mumbled to himself. The Demon Sealing faction and Fiery Garden of Hell was scheduled to begin in 3 days. He went to the training grounds to see if anyone was there, but it was empty. Everyone was busy with their training in Cultivation Online with nothing else to do. Yuan went to the balcony and started playing the zither to pass the time. A few hours later, Meifeng knocked on the door. "You can enter." Meifeng walked straight to the balcony and said, "You saw the note, right?" "Yes. Do you really intend to fight the faction war alone?" "Yes, but I'll need you there to be the ruler," he calmly nodded. "Of course I'll be there. I'll make my way to the Eternal Lotuses now. I'll see you at the great battlefield. Rad, latest, chapters, at freewebnovel.com only." Sometime later, Yuan disappeared into the clouds, speeding toward the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. When he arrived, the guards at the entrance instantly recognized him and said, "Our leader is expecting your arrival, player Yuan." Yuan followed one of them inside and was led directly to Bai Lianhua's room. "Welcome, Yuan. I've been anticipating your match since Miss Meifeng told me about it 2 days ago." Bai Lianhua greeted him with a bright and beautiful smile. "If I was any slower with my business in Cultivation Online, I would have missed it and disappointed you." Yuan smiled. "But you didn't. Anyway, Yuru is in her room." Yuan nodded. "Ah, before you go to her, I'd like to thank you again for all your help. The resources you've given us greatly benefited every member of our faction, and our faction's prowess skyrocketed in a short time. That was the purpose to begin with. Maybe you'll be able to get your revenge on the fiery locust swarm soon." Bai Lianhua's eyebrows suddenly raised, and she said, "Unfortunately, that may no longer be possible, as the fiery locust swarm had been disbanded after their rank was stripped and their leader and a majority of their members had been banned from participating in further faction wars for using drugs during their match with the Demon Sealing faction." "Oh, right. I forgot they did something like that." Yuan chuckled. "Fiery Queen and her faction also faced ridicule since the fiery locust swarm was under them," Bai Lianhua added. "So they must be extra pissed off right now. This is great. It'll make our match even more entertaining." Yuan left to meet with Yuru shortly after the following day. Yuan traveled to the great battlefield with Yuru and Bai Lianhua. When he arrived, Mei Feng was already waiting for him alongside the other members of the demon-sealing faction. This time, every member was present. However, none of them would be participating in the faction war, and were there as mere spectators. Chapter 1578, Fighting the Fiery Garden of Hell. Chapter 1578, Fighting the Fiery Garden of Hell. "I was really hoping you didn't show up so we could have some fun," Wang Ming remarked as Yuan and his group arrived. "Sorry, but I really need to do this alone," Yuan said with an apologetic smile. "It's fine, but we have the next one, of course." As they made their way to the arena, their group drew the attention of everyone they passed, like a group of celebrities. "Look, the demon-sealing faction is finally here. It looks like their entire faction will be present for this faction war. That's only natural. They're against the fiery garden of hell, after all. Even player Yuan won't be able to fight so many players alone. Who knows? With the new changes, anything's possible. No, it'll definitely be much more difficult for player Yuan if everyone can use deadly techniques. I'm sure player Yuan has some ridiculously powerful attacks that can wipe out thousands of players in the blink of an eye. Even if that's the case, I doubt he would be able to use those techniques too much before running out of chi." The people speculated and debated on their faction war, unaware that Yuan was planning to fight the fiery garden of hell alone. Meanwhile, the fiery garden of hell was already gathering inside the new and improved arena. The arena was expanded several times its original size, and hazardous areas such as a river of real lava and deadly traps were spread throughout it. The arena itself could easily accommodate 10 million players at once, so there was plenty of room for even the largest factions to go wild. Due to the formation that prevents death and serious injuries, the technique evaluation was no longer required, making faction wars more accessible and exciting. A record number of people showed up to spectate the faction war between the demon-sealing faction and the fiery garden of hell, not to mention the number of people watching from home and other places. At this moment, more than half of the world tuned in to watch the faction war to see how the demon-sealing faction would deal with the fiery garden of hell and its impressive number of players. "I've been waiting for you, Yuan." Chairman Li's face brightened like a light bulb after seeing Yuan and the rest of the demon-sealing faction. "Do I have to do anything before we can start the faction war?" Yuan asked. "No, we can start once it's time." Yuan nodded and said, "Then I'll make my way to the arena." "Good luck, brother," Yu said to him. The others followed. But Chairman Li's eyebrows raised when the demon-sealing faction also started saying it. Seeing Chairman Li's puzzled face, Wang Ming said, "Only Yuan will be participating in the faction war. We're just here as spectators." "What? You intend on fighting the fiery garden of hell alone? All 600,000 of them?" Chairman Li's eyes widened with shock as he asked Yuan. "Yes, I do." Yuan calmly acknowledged, But that's—" Chairman Li was at a loss for words. He couldn't imagine how someone could fight so many people at once, not even someone like Yuan. Yuan smiled and said, "There's a reason I created the formation. Of course, I wanted to make faction wars safer for everyone, but it's also so I can fight with fewer restrictions, free Wibnonel." Calm Chairman Li still couldn't find any words. Yuan continued walking to the exit, quickly disappearing from the waiting room. Mai Feng followed him since she had to be the ruler. "He's serious," Chairman Li uttered in a dazed voice. "He never jokes around in these sorts of situations." Wang Ming chuckled. Sometime later, Yuan appeared in the arena. When the spectators saw this, the entire stadium erupted with cheering. However, the cheering quickly quieted once the spectators realized only 2 members from the demon-sealing faction were present. "Huh? Where's the rest of the members?" someone asked out loud. "Maybe they couldn't show up, just like the last faction war? Follow current novels on freywebsvel.com? That's impossible. I saw the entire demon-sealing faction at the airport. They're definitely here. So where the hell are they?" "The match is about to begin in 10 minutes. Look over there. The rest of the demon-sealing faction members are in the spectators' area," someone suddenly shouted. His arm pointed at a specific location in the stadium meant for VIPs. "No way, they're here as spectators. Does this mean player Yuan wants to fight the fiery garden of hell alone? That's crazy. Ha ha ha. His arrogance knows no bounds. Are the fiery garden of hell aware of this?
We'll find out soon.
Yuan, who showed up alone in the arena to face the fiery garden of hell, shocked every spectator watching. Nobody knew what he was trying to achieve or what his thought process was, but many people were mad. Fuck. I can't believe I woke up early for this shit. I can't believe I actually bet money on the demon-sealing faction's victory. What was I thinking? After realizing that Yuan planned to fight the fiery garden of hell alone, many people became desperate. They gambled the rest of their money on the fiery garden of hell's victory, hoping to recoup some of their losses. Meanwhile, Fiery Queen had someone scout the arena using a scouting technique. What? Only player Yuan is on the field, excluding the ruler. Fiery Queen couldn't believe what she was hearing and had the scouter do it again. Yet the scout reconfirmed that Yuan was alone. That bastard actually dares to face us alone? How much does he intend to look down on me? Fiery Queen gritted her teeth in anger, instead of feeling relieved that he was alone. 5 minutes before the match, a familiar voice resounded through the broadcasting speakers. "Hello, everyone. It's me, Yan Xiaoxiao, and I will be the commentator for this faction war. Before we start, I would like to announce that the highly anticipated demon-sealing faction interview will be released after this faction war is concluded, so stay tuned for that." Chapter 1579, A Display of Overwhelming Prowess. Now then, as you can see for yourself, it appears that player Yuan intends to fight the fiery garden of hell by himself. That's 1 to 600,000 players. What kind of secret trick does he have up his sleeves to have so much confidence? Yan Xiaoxiao spoke with excitement. She was one of the very few people who weren't angry at Yuan and even believed in him. Before we begin the match, allow me to give you all a brief explanation of the new rules, due to the generosity of a profound expert in formations. The great battlefield has gone through several renovations that will enhance our players' experience and our entertainment. With this formation, we will no longer have to worry about accidental deaths, allowing the players to truly go all out with their powerful techniques. However, while players won't die even if a sharp sword strikes their neck, they will still feel some of the pain, so it's not completely risk-free. Although players can no longer die, they will still carry a badge that represents their life, and if broken, they will be disqualified. A player will also be disqualified if they are knocked unconscious, which may happen if they suffer enough damage. We will now briefly demonstrate the formation's functions. 2 individuals appeared inside the arena and, before hundreds of millions of spectators, began hacking their sharp swords at each other's bare bodies without any hesitation or holding back. Many powerful blows later, not a single life-threatening injury could be seen on their body. Besides a few bruises, they looked otherwise completely fine. As you just witnessed, this formation is very reliable. Yan Xiaoxiao commented as the 2 demonstrators left the arena. The crowd cheered loudly, causing the entire stadium to tremble. Sometime later, Yan Xiaoxiao received word that the faction war would officially begin. "All right, you've all been waiting for long enough. The faction war between demon-sealing faction, player Yuan, and fiery garden of hell will begin now." A flare shot straight into the sky before exploding into a blue mist, signifying the start of the faction war. Once Fiery Queen saw this, she pointed toward the direction of Yuan's castle and shouted in a commanding voice, "Teach that arrogant bastard what happens when he underestimates us. The fiery garden of hell." However, before the 600,000 members of the fiery garden of hell could go anywhere, they halted their advancement and stared at the massive figure in the distance with bewildered expressions. Meanwhile, Yuan activated God of War's astral arts the moment the match began. What the fuck is that? It's huge! A giant! It's a giant!" The spectators watched with wide eyes and mouths as Yuan controlled the avatar, sweeping the arena with a golden sword. Seeing this, the players on the field dropped their weapons and immediately began running away. Yet none was able to outrun the sword. The moment the avatar struck the ground, the entire great battlefield shook violently, and a deep fissure appeared in the arena. Before the fiery Garden of Hell members could even leave their base, over 300,000 players were removed from the faction war with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Yuan had annihilated half of the fiery Garden of Hell's players. The spectators were speechless. Yan Xiaoxiao was speechless. There was not a single person watching who wasn't shocked by what they had just witnessed. Once she snapped out of her daze, Yan Xiaoxiao commented, her voice filled with excitement, "Heavens! What a power play! Player Yuan disqualified 301,283 players with a single strike the moment the match began. How will Fiery Queen and her faction respond to this?" After the sudden attack, Fiery Queen sat on her buttocks with a dazed look on her face as she stared at the golden giant that overlooked them from above like a god, feeling like an ant. It's not over. He must have consumed most, if not all, of his energy on that one attack. Fiery Queen eventually recovered. This content is taken from Free Wibnovel, Kamem. The very next moment, not wanting to finish the faction war too quickly, Yuan deactivated God of War's astral arts. Fiery Queen misunderstood this and became convinced that Yuan had exhausted all of his energy. The remaining Fiery Garden of Hell players struggled to get back on their feet before advancing toward Yuan's castle again. However, before they could take more than 10 steps, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the direction of their destination. This beam of light contained an immense amount of spiritual energy, and everyone struck by it was instantly knocked unconscious. The same thing happened to those hit by the God of War's astral arts. Suddenly, another 50,000 Fiery Garden of Hell players were removed from the battlefield. "Ma'am, my God, what on earth was that laser technique just now?" "I have never seen," Yan Xiaoxiao cried out loud before. Yan Xiaoxiao could even finish her sentence. Yuan launched another heaven-splitting sword strike at the Fiery Garden of Hell, defeating another 32,000 players in the blink of an eye. Several more heaven-splitting sword strikes appeared shortly after, giving Fiery Garden of Hell no room to breathe as they were bombarded with powerful techniques from across the arena. Less than a minute had passed since the match began, yet Fiery Garden of Hell's impressive 600,000 player number had been reduced to just 100,000. The spectators were unsure of what they were witnessing, but as Yuan's overwhelming abilities became apparent, a palpable fear began to spread among them. If it weren't for the formation, he would have killed 500,000 people just like that. What kind of monstrous power is that? What if he suddenly decides to use it for evil? Who could stop him then? These kinds of questions began to arise in people's minds. They feared that Yuan was too powerful, that he wielded unchecked and uncontrollable power that could spell the end of the world if he chose to end it. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 1580, A Display of Overwhelming Prowess. 2. Queen. What should we do? We're completely powerless right now and are no different than sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered. One of the Fiery Garden of Hell members suddenly cried out loud. Fiery Queen didn't immediately respond. She surveyed her surroundings with a dazed look, taking in the devastated scene. Over 80% of her forces had been defeated in less than a minute, but they still had 100,000 players remaining. If Yuan had exhausted all of his energy, they still had a good chance of defeating him. There's no need to despair. We may have lost a lot of players, but we are still 100,000 strong player. Yuan's definitely exhausted his qi this time. This is our chance to defeat him once and for all. Fiery Queen shouted. She pointed in Yuan's direction with a whip in hand and continued, "Advance." The players quickly scrambled to their feet and started running toward Yuan's castle for the third time with their eyes peeled open for incoming attacks. He's stopped attacking. I think he's really out of energy. We need to hurry and reach him before he recovers. New novel chapters are published on Free Webnovel Some Move. Move your asses. We cannot allow him to recover even slightly. The Fiery Garden of Hell began advancing like madmen, almost as though they were racing each other to see who reached Yuan first. Even if they don't have the capability to defeat Yuan, they could still hope to delay his recovery. However, unbeknownst to them, Yuan still had plenty of spiritual energy. In fact, he'd been holding back the majority of his strength this entire time. If he'd used his full strength, or even half of it, the players wouldn't have survived it, even with the formation's protection. Seeing how desperately the Fiery Garden of Hell was trying to reach him, Yuan sat on the ground before completely lying down, looking like he was going to take a nap. What in God's name? Player Yuan appears to be taking a nap in the middle of the war? Did he run out of energy after using so many powerful techniques at once? Yan Xiaoxiao exclaimed. He really loves to show off, doesn't he? Wang Ming chuckled at this scene. He's just bullying them at this point. Shilang shook his head with a slight smile. The arena was so massive that it took the fastest player in Fiery Garden of Hell nearly 20 minutes of straight sprinting to finally reach Yuan. That bastard's asleep. The player almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Yuan casually resting on his back, seemingly without a care in the world. The player immediately thought about launching a sneak attack, but he quickly became doubtful whether Yuan was actually asleep or not. What was I thinking? Unless he knocked himself out after exhausting himself, there's no way he would actually be asleep. This is obviously a trap. However, even if it was a trap, the player couldn't stand there and do nothing while Yuan continued to recover his energy. He had to do something. The next moment, after taking a few deep breaths, the player made his move. Using his movement technique, he closed their distance almost instantly. With a dagger in his grasp, the player aimed for the badge hanging by Yuan's waist. However, when the player reached Yuan, he saw that Yuan's eyes were suddenly opened, and they were staring right into his eyes. The player felt an incredible chill throughout his entire body, almost like he was suddenly swimming naked in ice water. Unfortunately, it was already too late to stop, and the adrenaline in his blood made him move even faster. Die for me, you monster! The player roared as his dagger inched closer to Yuan's life badge. Right as the dagger was millimeters away from touching Yuan's badge, the player suddenly found himself unable to move even the slightest, almost as if he was frozen in time. Before the player could even react, Yuan casually smacked him in the face, sending him flying across the arena until he hit another player several minutes away. Where the hell did you come from? The player struck by the one who got hit cried out loud, however. The player couldn't respond as he was knocked unconscious. Eventually, Fiery Queen and the rest of the players reached Yuan, who was no longer napping on the ground, but hovering in the air instead. What took you so long? I fell asleep waiting for you, Yuan said as his gaze stared at Fiery Queen. Shut up, Fiery Queen bellowed with an enraged expression. Keep acting arrogant, but we all know that you've already exhausted your energy. Oh, really? What gave it away? Yuan smiled. Unless you have unlimited qi, there's no way you're not exhausted by now, but I had plenty of time to rest. Ha! Who are you trying to fool? You wouldn't be able to recover completely, even if we gave you an entire day. Yuan laughed. Fiery Queen, you don't learn, do you? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson? What lesson? Fiery Queen frowned. That you'd never be able to defeat me. Yuan activated God of War's astral art again. The golden giant returned and even looked bigger than before. Fiery Queen and the other players' faces immediately darkened, and their hearts all dropped at the same time. Fiery Queen, let this be my last warning to you. If I have to deal with you again, it won't be so peaceful. Yuan proceeded to bombard Fiery Queen and the remaining players with a barrage of attacks. Each time the golden giant swung its sword, the entire island would shake and a new fissure would open up in the ground. After destroying almost the entire arena, Yuan deactivated the technique and descended before Fiery Queen, who he'd purposefully left alone. Fiery Queen stared at him with a dumbfounded face. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. In the end, Yuan destroyed her badge without uttering another word. Chapter 1581, Controversies. Chapter 1581, Controversies. Fiery Queen stared at her destroyed badge with a dazed face. Although she sustained almost no physical damage during the faction war, the damage dealt to her mentally was immense and profound. This overwhelming sense of defeat and helplessness made her recall their previous confrontation and how he slaughtered all of the exiles. Tears began flowing from Fiery Queen's eyes, but Yuan did not linger to watch her weep and was already walking away. Despite the demon-sealing faction, Yuan's overwhelming victory, nobody in the crowd cheered, and the place was so silent that a pin drop could be heard from miles away. Eventually, Yan Xiaoxiao broke the silence by announcing the winner. The winner of this faction war is Demon Sealing Faction? Or should I say Player Yuan, who single-handedly defeated 600,000 players by himself? Yan Xiao quickly appeared in the arena and sprinted to Yuan, fearing that he might leave before she could interview him. Congratulations on the Demon Sealing Faction's second victory. With this momentous victory, the Demon Sealing Faction is now ranked 5th in the world. I'm sure the speed of your rise broke several records, but we can talk about that later. Right now, I want to know what you have to say. Yuan grabbed the microphone and spoke calmly. I see a lot of disappointed people in the audience. Were you expecting something else? I'm sorry if I disappointed you, but I warned you the last time, never bet against me. Anyway, I've had enough fun of faction wars for now, so I will no longer be participating in them. With that said, if you wish to challenge the Demon Sealing Faction, I'm sure the other members will be more than willing to entertain you. Yuan returned the microphone to Yan Xiao before walking out of the arena. The spectators remained silent, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Given the absurdity of everything, many wondered if they had somehow logged into Cultivation Online without realizing it. Although the members of the Demon Sealing Faction tried to look calm, they were also inwardly shocked. They had never seen Yuan fight so fiercely, even during their training. I knew there was a wide gap between us, but I didn't think it was this ridiculous, Shi Lang muttered in a dazed voice. Forget about the faction war. He can probably conquer the world with those techniques, I wouldn't doubt it. Wang Ming smiled. After the faction war concluded, topics on the subject began spreading online like wildfire, freewebnovel.com. Even though the faction war ended already, I still cannot believe it ended so fast. I waited an entire month for this faction war, and the fiery Garden of Hell was defeated in less than half an hour, only because Player Yuan waited 20 minutes for them to reach him. Controversies on whether Yuan should be allowed to participate in future faction wars also began filling up the internet. Player Yuan is too powerful. He needs to be banned from future faction wars to keep things entertaining and fair. Player Yuan is too much. He's too arrogant. Fiery Queen did not deserve to be bullied like that. Most spectators who watched Yuan's faction war felt an indescribable sensation after the match. It was a feeling they were not familiar with. Gradually, they began to recognize that feeling as existential fear after witnessing someone who was beyond their understanding. They began to question the purpose of their own existence. However, unwilling to accept their inferiority, these people banded together to drag down the one who had made them feel that way. Player Yuan was definitely using drugs to enhance his strength, ban Player Yuan. Remove the Demon Sealing Faction from the rankings. Countless calls for the Cultivators Association to ban Player Yuan, and the Demon Sealing Faction flooded the internet. The sentiment only intensified over time, with more and more people echoing the same demand. Chairman Li, under pressure not only from the public, but also from the legacy families and other powerful backgrounds, found himself in a difficult position. The legacy families and 10 great families have always wanted to get rid of Yuan, but they have never had the opportunity to do so until now. Soon, even government agencies from around the world got involved. Due to Yuan's prowess, which they perceived as a threat, they had no choice but to intervene. However, the governments had no interest in the Cultivators Association or the faction wars. They only had one thing in their sights: Yuan himself. Follow current novels on freewelben.com. Shortly after the faction war had concluded, every single government agency in the world got together. They watched the faction war between Yuan and Fiery Garden of Hell from beginning to end before they started their conversation. They started the conversation by revealing all of their information on Yuan, from the day he joined the orphanage to the current day. Although the government hasn't acted until now, they have been gathering information on Yuan since the day they realized he was Player Yuan, just in case of situations like this. This person clearly has enough power to threaten not just a country, but the entire world. He's too dangerous to be wandering around without any supervision. Then what do you suggest, that we chain him down? Who here has the power to do that? I do not know what has to be done or what can be done. I only know that something must be done before he gets out of control. He's currently living within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, right? Perhaps we can get the Lord to deal with him." The room fell silent for a moment. The Lord's identity as a divine beast was no secret among government agencies, but only those with the highest level of clearance knew about it. If it's the Lord, he definitely has the power to control Yuan. No, he might be the only entity in this world who can do so. But would he even help us? The Lord is a reasonable entity. I'm sure he'll understand our worries. Chapter 1582, Yuan's Offer. Chapter 1582, Yuan's Offer. "Brother, is there anything you can do about this?" Inside her room, Yu shoved her phone at Yuan's face, showing him all of the negative things being said about him with a concerned face. After the faction war, wanting to spend a little more time with his sister, Yuan left with Yu and Bai Lianhua, while the others returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Yuan glanced at the topic being made about him and shrugged. "What do you want me to do? Tell them to shut up?" "I don't know, but they're demanding you to be banned from future faction wars, and it's not just a few individuals," Yu said with a worried face. "I kind of agree with them. I'm simply too powerful. Any faction war with my participation will be a guaranteed victory for the demon-sealing faction by a landslide. I don't intend to participate in more matches unless necessary, so this ban won't really affect me that much, but I enjoy watching you kicking everyone's ass. Faction wars will no longer be the same for me after seeing your performance today. They won't be as entertaining. Senior sister, you should say something too." Yu turned to look at Bai Lianhua, who was leaning on the wall with a perplexed expression on her face. "I don't know what to say. I doubt the Cultivators Association would ban him because of this, but I have a feeling that the 10 great families will add to the pressure. There's no chance in hell they'd let this opportunity to drag Yuan down slip away." And suddenly Bai Lianhua received a call on her private cell phone. "Hello, father?" It was her father, Bai Mengyao, calling. "Yuan?" "Yeah, he's with me." "Why are you asking?" "Huh? Seriously?" Bai Lianhua's face became filled with shock. "Okay, I'll tell him." After hanging up, Bai Lianhua turned to look at Yuan with a heavy gaze. "What's wrong?" Yuan asked. "I was right. The 10 great families are working together to pressure the Cultivators Association to put a ban on you. However, that's not what's most concerning. Apparently, government agencies around the world are wary of your capabilities and have gathered to discuss your existence." Yuan raised an eyebrow at this news. "The government? What are they worried about, that I might take over the world or something?" He spoke in a joking tone, yet Bai Lianhua nodded and said, "Yes, precisely that. They are worried about the prowess you displayed today. As of this moment, they see you as an unpredictable disaster waiting to happen. Even if you swear that you won't take over the world, they won't feel safe until they have you under their control." "So what do you think they'll do to me?" Yuan suddenly asked. Despite being on the government's watch list, Yuan didn't seem to be all that concerned. "Well, they'll most likely try to put a leash on you, control you, however. They won't approach you directly, and will most likely." Bai Lianhua paused midway and turned to look at Yu with a worried frown on her face. "They will most likely approach Yu and those close to you first. Only once they have enough leverage over you will they finally approach you." Bai Lianhua sighed. "Is that so?" Yuan looked at Yu and asked, "Want to spend some time with me in the Dragon Spiral Mountain? At least until everything calms down, nobody will be able to bother you while you're with me. Of Co." Yu closed her mouth just as quickly as she opened it. She wanted to agree, but she had her own obligations at the Eternal Lotuses and couldn't be selfish anymore. She turned to look at Bai Lianhua, seemingly asking for permission. Bai Lianhua smiled and said, "Go spend some time with your brother. You barely left this place since you joined our faction over a year ago. It's about time you switched sceneries, not to mention the situation. This is also for your safety." "Thank you," Yu nodded. Yuan looked at Bai Lianhua and said, "You know, the Dragon Spiral Mountain has enough room for the entire Eternal Lotuses to relocate. The spiritual energy there is also much denser than here, so you'll all benefit from being there." Bai Lianhua was momentarily stunned by his suggestion after snapping out of it. She said, "I know it's incredibly expensive to live there, if you even get approved by its landlord. There's no way they'd let so many people move there at once." Yuan smiled and said, "I happen to be very close with the landlord, so we should have no problem getting you guys settled there. Of course, this is only a suggestion, an offer. You don't have to take it if you don't want it." Unlike before, Bai Lianhua didn't immediately reject his offer. Living inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain would not only provide them with security but also benefit their cultivation. However, the most important factor was that she would get to be neighbors with Yuan. Seeing Bai Lianhua seriously pondering moving her headquarters to Dragon Spiral Mountain, Yuan gave her another push. "You also won't need to worry about living expenses, since that'll already be taken care of." After a moment of silence, Bai Lianhua replied, "Can I give you an answer later? I need to speak with the others first. This decision is too big for me to decide alone." Yuan nodded. "Sure, the source of this content is freyobnovel.com. Then I will immediately speak with the others." Bai Lianhua didn't waste any time and gathered all the faction members before telling them about Yuan's offer. "We get to be neighbors with the Demon Sealing faction and player Yuan. I agree. I heard that only the elite of elites are allowed to live there. I also agree with our relocation." The members were quick to give their opinions on the matter, and everyone agreed to move to the Dragon Spiral Mountain because they would only benefit from it. Chapter 1583, Controlling Yuan. That was fast. Yuan smiled when Bai Lianhua returned to the room much faster than he'd anticipated. "Well, everyone's eager to move," Bai Lianhua replied with a bashful smile. "Then it's settled. You guys can make the move whenever. I'll speak with the Lord once I return." Bai Lianhua nodded. "Okay, thank you for giving us this opportunity." Yuan left with Yu Ru a few hours later. As Yuan and Yu Ru made their trip back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, government officials were already there to speak with the Lord. However, before they could even reach the Lord, they had to deal with the manager first. Even as government officials, they couldn't enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain without her approval. "What is your reason for visiting?" Leah asked them with a nonchalant look on her face. "We have some urgent matter that requires the Lord's attention. This world's balance is in jeopardy, and we believe the Lord is the only individual who can deal with it." Despite hearing this information, Leah remained uninterested and said, "I will need more information than that, or are you implying that I don't qualify enough to hear it?" The government officials exchanged glances with each other before giving a nod. One spoke a second later. "We believe a certain individual has too much power and could be a potential time bomb strong enough to destroy this world if not controlled. He's currently wandering the world unrestricted as we speak, and we'd like the Lord to do something about it." "Who is this individual?" Leah narrowed her eyes. "He used to go by Yu Tian, but he's known as Yuan right now, and he's a resident at the Dragon Spiral Mountain." Leah raised an eyebrow upon hearing this familiar name. After realizing the situation, Leah couldn't help but crack a chuckle. The government officials raised their eyebrows at Leah's reaction. Although they had met and spoken with her plenty of times, they had only seen her poker face, so it was an incredibly weird feeling to see her laugh, even if it was just slightly. "Ahem." Leah cleared her throat and spoke, acting like nothing had happened. "You need the Lord to control this Yuan individual, correct? I'll lead you to the Lord right now, already." The government officials couldn't believe how fast they gained entrance. Typically, they would have to wait for Leah to contact the Lord before getting a response. "Don't tell me the Lord is already aware of the danger Yuan proposes to the world?" One of them speculated as they passed the gates, entering the Dragon Spiral Mountain. "Maybe that's why she laughed at us, because they are already working on it." Sometime later, these government officials reached the peak of the mountain. "Wait here for a bit," Leah said to them before disappearing for a few minutes. While they waited, Leah went to notify the Lord of their visit. Government officials? What do they want? That's a surprise. Leah smiled. The Lord found Leah's behavior to be unusual and immediately became suspicious. However, he didn't question her any further and said, "Bring them to me, of course." Leah left to bring the visitors to him. A few moments later, the government officials stood before the Lord's cave with their heads lowered so much their chin was kissing their chest. "What are you all waiting for? This is an urgent matter, right? Go ahead and tell him what you told me." Leah spoke up when none of the government officials dared to speak without permission. This chapter is update by freewebnovel.com. The officials felt something was off about Leah, almost like she was entertaining herself with their situation. We greet the Lord of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Today we have an urgent matter to discuss. There is a particular individual we believe requires your attention. This individual possesses unfathomable power that threatens not only the balance of this world, but also the world itself. He hasn't done anything requiring immediate action, but we believe it's only a matter of time, and at the speed he's growing, we should move as soon as possible before he becomes truly uncontrollable. This individual is a resident at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. He used to be called Yu Tian, but is now widely known as Yuan, and we need you to put a collar on him. The moment Yuan's name was uttered, the atmosphere in the Dragon Spiral Mountain changed, and a dreadful pressure appeared at the peak of the mountain, forcing all of the government officials to kneel on the ground. "Lord, what is the meaning of this?" The government officials screamed in horror as the bones in their bodies began cracking. The pressure disappeared a few seconds later, but the officials remained on the ground with their bodies still screaming from pain. "I refuse," the Lord uttered in a cold voice a moment later without explaining any further. Despite their pain, the officials tried to change his mind. "Please, you are the only existence in this world who can control a monster like him. The world needs your help, Lord. Why are you refusing to help us? At least give us an explanation." "I will not repeat myself, nor do I owe you any explanation. Now get the hell out of my face before I lose my temper again." The Lord roared, blowing them away with the force of his voice. "But the Lord has spoken. Unless you want to leave this mountain as a corpse, I suggest you leave now." Leah stepped forward and interrupted. The government officials gritted their teeth in frustration and began descending the mountain. Due to the pain in their body, they had to support each other as they slowly limped away. "Why didn't you try to stop them or convince them that Yuan isn't dangerous?" Leah asked the Lord after the officials left. "You think they'd listen to me? Humans are foolish and cowardly creatures, especially when their power and control are threatened." The Lord sighed. "Anyway, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Let's wait and see how he'll deal with this." Leah silently acknowledged. Chapter 1584. A Villain. Fuck. Why did the Lord refuse to help us? Could he be afraid of Yuan? That's impossible. The Lord has an unfathomable cultivation. He could easily kill someone like Yuan. Whatever his reason is, we cannot leave without any results. Our supervisors will eat us alive if we return empty-handed. But what the hell are we supposed to do? The government officials stopped moving and decided to sit by the road to think. They were also in too much pain to walk and took this opportunity to heal. After some time, they considered returning to the peak for another attempt to convince the Lord, but no one actually dared, fearing that the Lord would kill them for such audacity. "There's nothing we can do here. I'm sure our supervisors will understand. Let's get out of here before there's a misunderstanding." Yeah, it's not like we can argue with the Lord. The officials got back on their feet and began descending the mountain again. Sometime later, they noticed a handsome young man coming up the mountain from a distance. Despite his youthful appearance, he had a profound aura and exuded the presence of an expert. Look over there, it's Yuan. The government officials immediately halted their steps when they recognized the young man to be Yuan, the very person they were trying to put under control. Yuan noticed these individuals long before they even saw him and had plenty of time to ponder how he should interact with them, if he even should. Once they were only several feet apart from each other, Yuan stopped in front of them with a friendly smile on his face. "Judging by your suits, you must be with the government. Did you already finish your discussion with the Lord? How did it go?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" The officials' eyes widened with surprise, almost as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Yuan pretended to look confused and said, I thought you were here to see whether you can get the Lord to deal with me or something along that line. Was I mistaken? You?" The government officials' faces darkened after hearing his words. However, they quickly realized the gravity of their situation. If they respond incorrectly and offend Yuan, it might trigger what they feared could happen. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Our supervisors are not trying to deal with you. We just want to make sure you don't accidentally destroy a city or the world." "Wow, that's quite the assumption there. How did you come up with such a conclusion? Is it because of my performance during the faction war?" "That's—" Before the officials could respond, Yuan continued. "Or is it because of the 10 great families? Are they telling you that I am dangerous and need to be dealt with? Well, it doesn't really matter. Tell your supervisors that I have no intention of being controlled, nor do I have any plans on overthrowing the government as long as you know your place and don't touch my friends and family. In case they don't want to listen, tell them that what they'd witnessed during the faction war was only a small fraction of my full strength. If they want to see me prove it, they can go ahead and continue messing with me." The government officials trembled upon seeing Yuan's cold smile. They couldn't imagine Yuan possessing more power than what they'd already witnessed, but they didn't doubt him. Yuan suddenly walked forward until he was standing right in front of them. "Are you afraid of me?" Yuan placed his right hand on the official's shoulder and could immediately feel the man trembling in fear. "There's no reason to fear me, at least not yet. As long as the government doesn't overstep its boundaries, I won't do anything to you guys." Yuan gave the man's shoulder a gentle pat before walking past them and disappearing into the formation. All of the officials fell to their knees once they could no longer sense Yuan's presence. Their bodies began sweating profusely, and their legs felt like tofu, almost as though they'd just escaped a near-death situation. Visit Gib Nova Nova, come for the best novel reading experience. None of the officials spoke to each other as they all had their own thoughts to figure out. Sometime later, they stood up and left the Dragon Spiral Mountain. They would not utter a single word until they returned to their supervisors, informing them of the Lord's response, as well as Yuan's warning to them. Meanwhile, Yuan met with the Lord, who had watched his conversation with the officials. "You sounded like a villain back there. Are you sure that's how you want to appear?" the Lord asked him. Yuan shrugged. "They are the ones who branded me as one first. It wouldn't have mattered how I acted, since I would still be a villain in their eyes. Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about them. The Eternal Lotuses, who is in an alliance with my demon-sealing faction, would like to move their headquarters to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. My sister is there, and I would like to keep her close to me for now. Do you think that's possible? Of course that's possible. Even if we don't have room, I'll make sure there's room. In fact, I have been thinking about clearing out the mountain so it's exclusively used by you and those close to you." Yuan was surprised to hear this and quickly said, "There's no need to do that for me. What am I going to do with an entire mountain anyway? I'm fine with what I currently have. So just keep things the way they are. I understand." The Lord nodded. After chatting a little more, Yuan returned to his residence and contacted Bai Lianhua. "Yes, I have received the Lord's approval, so you can move here whenever you want." "Then we'll move there in a few days. I'll see you then." "See you." Bai Lianhua immediately started the process after hanging up Chapter 1585, releasing the interview. Chapter 1585, releasing the interview. Who the hell does that arrogant little brat think he is, threatening the government? Government agencies around the world were enraged when they were informed of the situation. They couldn't believe that they were being threatened by someone who barely just reached adulthood. Yet that wasn't even the most irritating part. The fact they couldn't do anything about it was what truly infuriated them to the core. The Lord refused to help them for some reason, and Yuan lived inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain, making things even more complicated than they already are. If they wanted to deal with Yuan, they had to wait until he left the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Otherwise, they risk offending the Lord of the Mountain by conducting their business within his sacred land. The Lord possessed power and authority that far surpassed any other organization or individual in the world. The only saving grace for humanity was the Lord's indifference toward humans as long as they didn't mess with him. Many decades ago, the government tried to subdue the Lord. However, They quickly found out how foolish their actions were when the Lord effortlessly killed everyone responsible without leaving the mountain. Of course, the government tried nuclear weapons, but those were also rendered useless before they could even get close to the mountain. After the old government was annihilated by the Lord, a new one formed and signed a peace treaty with the Lord. The contract stipulated that they would not interfere with the Lord or any activities within Dragon Spiral Mountain, declaring the place an independent power. This meant that the laws governing the majority of the world were irrelevant within Dragon Spiral Mountain, and all business conducted there could not be judged by outside standards. I want the Dragon Spiral Mountain to on a 24-hour surveillance. Notify us immediately whenever Yuan leaves. The most up-to-date novels are published on Freweb Novel, Ho Samp. But what are we going to do once he leaves? Ambush him. We don't have the power to do anything to him. We can figure that out later. For now, I want everything on him, from what he eats to breakfast, to when he shits it out. If we cannot deal with Yuan, we can always target those around him, contact the demon-sealing faction members, and try to recruit them to our side. Be cautious and discreet. The entire room went silent after such an impossible task was given. It was already impossible enough to enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so how were they going to spy on Yuan to get information on him? The entire room went silent after such an impossible task was given. It was already impossible enough to enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so how were they going to spy on Yuan to get information on him? I guess we can try to convert someone that's already close to him on our side, but that has its own risks. What if they feed us incorrect information? What if they expose us? There's no such thing as risk-free in our line of work. Everything has a risk. The only question is whether or not we're willing to accept such risks. The room fell silent again. Eventually, they agreed to try to convert someone from the demon-sealing faction. Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoxiao just finished editing her interview with the demon-sealing faction and sent a copy to Meifeng to get it approved at the demon-sealing faction. Meifeng watched the interview with Yu Ru and Yuan together. It's very well made and puts a good spotlight on the demon-sealing faction, which will definitely help us when everyone is trying to drag our name through the mud. Meifeng commented after watching the interview. Do you think it'll stop people from talking badly about my brother? Yu Ru asked with a slight frown on her face. Unlikely, since most of the people speaking ill of Yuan are probably hired actors paid by the 10 great families and the government. This is very common practice for those who want to lower another's reputation. There's no need to worry about me, Yu Ru. Whether my reputation is good or bad, it won't change anything, Yuan said to her. I know that, but it's still frustrating to see people badmouth you every time I open up the internet. She sighed. Yuan suddenly placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair. Brother? Don't waste your energy over something like that. It's not worth it. He looked at Meifeng and continued. Anyway, you can let Yan Xiaoxiao know that she can release the interview whenever she wants. Meifeng nodded and immediately sent a message to Yan Xiaoxiao. Not even a minute later, Yan Xiaoxiao posted the interview on her personal website and social profiles, instantly gathering tens of thousands of views. In less than half an hour, the interview garnered over 100 million views, becoming a sensation on the internet. At first, there were many positive comments praising the demon-sealing faction's unique lifestyle and the members' trust in Yuan. However, once the 10 great families and the trolls heard about the interview, they bombarded it with the usual negative comments. Yet, because these comments were made under Yan Xiaoxiao's profile, her immense fan base was immediately enraged, considering it an attack on Yan Xiaoxiao herself. Thus, the trolls and Yan Xiaoxiao's fan base began a war with each other. Later that night, Yu Ru approached Yuan and said, "Let's sleep together tonight." "I don't mind, but—" Yuan showed his room to her where another individual was already sleeping on his bed. "Oh, right. You sleep together with Chu Liuxiang?" Yu Ru proceeded to stand there in silence, seeming in deep thought. "I have been wondering about this for a while now, but why isn't Mixiu sleeping with you too? Isn't she also your lover? I don't think it is fair to make her sleep in a separate room when Chu Liuxiang sleeps with you." "Well, it's not like I am forcing her to be in a separate room. I also don't want to force her to sleep with us, so I'm just waiting for her to say something." Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. "Is that so?" Yu-ru mumbled. After another moment of silence, she said, "I changed my mind. I'll go sleep with Makesyu tonight since it's been a while." Yuan nodded, and Yu-ru knocked on Makesyu's room the following moment. Chapter 1586, Eternal Lotus's Relocation. Once Makesyu answered the door, Yu-ru greeted her with a bright smile. "Makesyu, it's been a while since we've really spoken with each other. Let's sleep together tonight." Although she was a little surprised, Makesyu agreed with a slight head nod. "Sure. Come inside. Good night, brother," Yu-ru said as she strolled into the room. "Good night," Makesyu also said. The most up-to-date novels are published on giwebnovel.com. Good night, you two. Once the door closed, Yuan returned to his room to sleep, as cultivating was pointless nowadays. Due to the Celestial Emperor's curse and his high cultivation base, his cultivation would go nowhere, even if he cultivated for years straight. Of course, he could always consume monster cores, but he had no reason to increase his cultivation on Earth any further. After all, he already had more than enough power to conquer the entire world if he so desired. Meanwhile, inside Makesyu's room, Yu-ru muttered as she sat on the bed, "Wow, this is a really comfortable bed. Anyway, how have you been doing, Makesyu? Is my brother treating you right?" Makesyu nodded with a smile. "I've been doing great, and Yuan's treating me fine, too. Really? If that's the case, why are you still sleeping alone while Chu Liuxiang is sleeping in the same room as him?" Yu-ru looked at her with doubtful eyes. "I'm satisfied sleeping in my own room, and he does come sleep with me once in a while." Although she didn't mention it, she'd actually heard Yu-ru's conversation with Yuan outside her room earlier. "That's not good enough. We've been together since childhood, so you're like a second sibling to me, an elder sister. I will not allow you to lose to someone else." "Lose, but I am not losing, at least that's not how I see it." Makesyu showed a stiff smile. After all, she was the first one to be accepted by Yuan. Yu-ru sighed and said, "Although I wasn't too surprised when I learned that you and my brother paired up, since I knew it'd eventually happen. Do you have any idea how shocked I was when I found out that he got a second lover? Is it really that surprising? Of course, I didn't know he was capable of doing that. Anyway, you should start sleeping in the same room as my brother. I know you want to." Yu-ru winked at her. giwebnovel.com. After a moment of silence, Makesyu spoke in a low voice. "What about you?" "Huh? What about me?" Yu-ru raised her eyebrows. "Don't you also love him?" Yu-ru was momentarily stunned by such a question, but she quickly snapped out of it and chuckled. "Of course I do. He's my one and only brother after all." Makesyu gently shook her head. "You know that's not what I mean." Yu-ru's body trembled slightly, clearly not expecting Makesyu to question her in such a manner. "I know, but you should also know that we're siblings. But you're not blood-related. That changes everything." Yu-ru shook her head and sighed. "While that's true, it's our perspective that truly matters. I love him very much, and I'd do anything for him. But I don't know if I'm ready or will ever be ready to treat him as anything other than my brother. Is that so?" Seeing the dejected look on Yu-ru's face, Makesyu decided to stop talking about this subject. After a moment of silence, Makesyu sat on the bed and said, "Tell me about what it's like at the Eternal Lotuses." "Sure." After closing the light, the two of them lay underneath the blankets, and Yu-ru started recalling her experience at the Eternal Lotuses. Once Yu-ru was finished, Makesyu spoke about her adventures with Yuan and her progress in Cultivation Online. They ended up talking all night, only falling asleep once the sun began rising over the next few days in order to know those around Yuan better. Yu-ru would spend most of her time chatting with the members of the Demon Sealing faction. On the third day of Yu-ru's stay at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Bai Lianhua and the rest of the Eternal Lotuses were finally ready to move their headquarters. Early in the morning the following day, Bai Lianhua and the entire Eternal Lotuses showed up at the bottom of the Dragon Spiral Mountain with several trucks full of items from furniture to decorations. Yuan went to greet them alone. "So, how does this work?" Bai Lianhua asked. The manager is making her way here now. You can ask her in a bit." Leah showed up several minutes later and said, "There are several unoccupied properties. Since your circumstances are unique and we haven't prepared a place for you, you can go ahead and pick the one you like best. Once you have picked your property, you can start moving your stuff." Leah looked at Yuan before handing him a notebook and said, "Since you recommended them, they're your responsibility. Everything you need to know is inside that notebook." Without further explanation, Leah turned around and disappeared. "Are we really welcome here?" Bai Lianhua swallowed nervously after seeing Leah's cold behavior. Yuan chuckled and said, "Don't worry about her. She's naturally grumpy like that. You'll get used to it very quickly." "I can hear you." Leah's angry voice resounded in an echo. Sometime later, Yuan brought Bai Lianhua and several high-ranking members inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain to look at the available spaces listed in the notebook Leah gave him. Most of the property in the lower and middle areas of the mountain was already occupied, but there were still plenty of options available. In the lower area, 2 large mansions remained, while the middle area had 3. As for the upper area, 5 homes were still unoccupied. The disparity in spiritual energy between the lower and middle areas is immense. "I cannot fathom what it'd be like in the upper areas," Bai Lianhua remarked as they entered the middle area. "I never even thought such quality of spiritual energy was possible on Earth," another commented. "This place is a cultivator's heaven, Chapter 1587, Boot Camp, Chapter 1587 Boot Camp." A few hours have passed since Yuan started showing Bai Lianhua and the others the available properties within Dragon Spiral Mountain. All of the buildings were luxurious manors that were even bigger than Bai Lianhua's family home. While the upper area was more spacious, it was the higher spiritual energy quality that truly mattered. In the end, Bai Lianhua chose to live in the upper area, while also staying as close as possible to the Demon Sealing faction's residence. Here is a list of our rules. I doubt you will cause any trouble for the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Yuan handed him a list of rules that was placed inside the notebook. Bai Lianhua accepted the list and spoke with a serious expression. "Don't worry, I will make sure we don't embarrass ourselves." Yuan smiled and said, "If you want, I can create a formation around your home that will prevent all commotion from leaving, so you won't have to worry about being too noisy to your neighbors." Bai Lianhua nodded. "That would be great. Thank you." Sometime later, Bai Lianhua signed the contract and began sending the trucks up the mountain. Once all of the items were laid out in front of the house, the members started moving them inside. Yu Ru showed up to help with the move, since she was also part of the faction. Many hours later, once the moving was finished, the Eternal Lotuses began preparing for a massive feast to celebrate their new home, to which the entire Demon Sealing faction was invited. Before we get this feast started, I would like to give a special shout-out to the one who made this all possible, Yuan. Bai Lianhua gestured for Yuan to go onto the stage where she was standing. The feast was held in the training ground, which was the most spacious. The stage they were standing on was the same one they used for sparring in their old location, something they decided to transport to their new home. Once Yuan was on the stage, Bai Lianhua continued, in 3, 2, 1. "Thank you, Yuan," everyone from Eternal Lotuses shouted. "Do you have anything to say to us?" Bai Lianhua asked Yuan once the noises calmed down. Yuan nodded and said, "Since we're in an alliance, it's only natural for us to help each other. Now, getting you all settled near us is only the first part. For the next part, I want to help you all grow stronger, and when I say stronger, I don't mean give you powerful techniques. I have already spoken to my faction about this, and we want to train you personally. Thus, we will have a 3-day boot camp session at the end of every month, where we will train you to become stronger than all of the other factions. Of course, this boot camp is not mandatory and not for everyone, but for those of you who wish to stand above the rest, it's your best chance of that." The Eternal Lotus's members exchanged glances with each other, their gaze filled with intrigue yet worry. "Since the month is already ending and you just moved here, we won't start until next month, but we will give you a 1-day trial later so you know what to expect come next month. With that said, let's enjoy ourselves. The feast began shortly after, with everyone stuffing their mouth with food and drinks. The feast continued into the night and even past midnight. Once the feast ended and everyone cleaned up the scene, the members of Eternal Lotuses began cultivating in their new environment. They knew the spiritual energy there was abundant and that their progress would be much faster than before, but when they finally experienced the difference firsthand, they were all profoundly shocked and elated. Although it's not as good as Cultivation Online, this is still multiple times faster than before. The most up-to-date noves are published on Froweb. With this much spiritual energy, I should enter Spirit Master in no time. No wonder why people rush to ascend in Cultivation Online, even if they're severely underleveled. This is worth the risk. None of the members of Eternal Lotuses were able to sleep that night, as if they were addicted to cultivating. 2 days later, Yuan and the rest of the demon-sealing faction showed up at the Eternal Lotus's residence with weapons in their grasp, looking like they wanted to start a war. If you wish to participate in the trial, go to this side. Otherwise, go to this side. Bai Lianhua instructed her members in just a few moments. Every member of Eternal Lotuses went to the participating side.
Good.
Bai Lianhua nodded in approval at their response. Now, we'll divide everyone into groups based on their cultivation base. Wang Ming instructed as he stepped forward. Spirit warriors will be in one group and spirit masters will be in another. A few minutes later, 4 different groups were formed from several thousand people. The first group contained about 1,000 spirit apprentices, while the second group had around triple that amount of spirit warriors. The third group had only several hundred spirit masters, and the last group had around 50 spirit grandmasters. All right, Group 1 and Group 2 will divide into smaller groups and follow me. Wang Bingbing raised her hand, gesturing for them to follow her. Hong Shuquan, Chu Liuxiang, Meixu, Wang Shuying, and Shi Murong also followed her. I will take Group 3, Shi Lang said, and Group 4 is with me. Wang Ming said, What about me? Are you going to train me? Bai Lianhua asked Yuan while pointing at herself. No, she'll be doing the honors. Yuan gestured to Li Jinshi. Hello, you're Li Jinshi, correct? Bai Lianhua greeted her with a respectful bow. Yes, I'll be in your care. Li Jinshi silently nodded. By the way, in addition to the sound concealing formation, I also covered this place with a second formation that's just like the one used at the great battlefield to prevent accidental death, so you don't need to worry about dying. Yuan suddenly said, Is that so? Bai Lianhua responded with a stiff smile. Chapter 1588, Boot Camp 2. Chapter 1588, Boot Camp 2. This chapter is updated by freywebnovel.com. Please, spare me. You call this training? This is more like torture. The members of Eternal Lotuses quickly realized just how terrifying and outrageously difficult their boot camp was after only a few minutes. They were constantly being beaten and tossed around like rag dolls by the members of the demon-sealing faction. What's wrong? Are you giving up already? We've just started. Wang Bingbing shouted at them like a drill instructor in military boot camp. Did you think it was going to be easy? If this is too much for you, give up. However, don't complain if your peers leave you in the dust. While not every member of the demon-sealing faction screamed, not a single one of them was going easy on the members of Eternal Lotuses. In less than 10 minutes, over 10% of the participants tapped out, refusing to continue the boot camp trial. It was simply too much for them to handle. If you think this is bad, my training is several times worse than what you're experiencing now. Everything has a price, and this is the price for wanting to get strong fast, Shi Lang said as he wasted everyone in Group 3. Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua was also being tossed around by Li Jinshi. It's like I'm fighting a relentless monster. She's not giving me any room to breathe, much less attack. Bai Lianhua cried inwardly as she was tossed left and right by Li Jinshi's heavy strikes, despite blocking them. Half an hour later, 70% of the participants gave up. What do you think? Want to give it a go? Yuan looked at Yuru, who was watching the training with him. After a moment of silence, Yuru nodded and said, "Yes, but I want you to train me, brother. If you think I'll go easy on you because you're my beloved sister." Yuan showed her a cold smile that sent shivers throughout her entire body. "That's not it. Nor do I want you to go easy on me. I want you to train me because I want to be trained by the very best, even if it'll be many times more painful." Yuru spoke with clenched fists, as expected of my sister. Yuan's smile became warmer, and he continued, "All right, I'll train you, but don't you dare complain to me later about it being too difficult. Don't look down on me, brother. I am no longer the pampered little princess I was before." Yuru spoke with a serious expression. "Follow me." Yuan brought Yuru back to his residence, since the training ground there was already fully occupied. "Are you ready?" Yuan asked her once they were at the training ground. "I am," Yuru nodded. "Then let's get this party started." In the following minutes, Yuru experienced complete hopelessness as Yuan delivered a beatdown she would never be able to forget. If it weren't for the protection formation, she would have died over 100 times every few minutes. Of course, Yuan didn't just silently beat her. Once Yuru started getting used to it, he began correcting her mistakes and giving her opportunities to counter him. Time felt exceedingly slow for the members of Eternal Lotuses, since they were constantly in pain. The trial boot camp only lasted 3 hours, yet by the end everyone felt like they had been tortured for 3 days straight. There were no visible injuries on the participants, but as if their bodies had memorized the pain, they would occasionally feel the sensation of phantom blows striking them even long after the training ended. "Will this really help us get stronger? I feel like we're just being practice dummies," one of them voiced her concerns. "What would they gain from lying to us? Let's just trust in the process." "I am already exhausted from just 3 hours. I don't know if I can endure 3 whole days of this torture, even if it's just once a month." Sometime later, Bai Lianhua gathered all of her members. Yuan had to carry Yuro back because she was so utterly drained that even the mere act of lifting a finger seemed insurmountable. "So what do you all think of the boot camp?" Yuan asked everyone there with a calm smile on his face. After a moment of awkward silence, someone responded, "It was really difficult." With the floodgates opened, more and more of them started complaining. Difficult is an understatement. "Are you sure you're not just torturing us for fun? How will this help us get stronger?" After listening to all of the complaints, Yuan spoke, "Since I can only prove its effect with results, let's do this. If you have endured 3 sessions of boot camp straight, without very clear and satisfying results, I will give you an ancient grade technique or treasure as an apology." After hearing this, the audience's faces immediately lit up with excitement. However, once they recalled their experience during the trial, their expressions quickly turned dreadful once more. Seeing this, Bai Lianhua stepped forward and said, "Once again, participation is not mandatory. However, if you wish to rapidly advance and rise above the crowd, this will be the most effective method. Personally, I will be participating in the boot camp. In the last 3 hours, I have gained more experience than in the past year. You may not see any improvements right now, but that doesn't mean you haven't improved at all. Take your time to think this through. You have plenty of time until the next session," Yuan told them. After the gathering, the demon-sealing faction returned to their residence, while Yuan went to the peak of the mountain to pick up Jiran, who had been restoring the Lord's cultivation for the last few days. As always, "Thank you for the assistance." The Lord thanked Jiran. "I am only doing my duty," Jiran responded. Once he returned to Yuan's dantian, Jiran went into a deep slumber to recover. "How are you doing in the 9 heavens?" The Lord suddenly asked Yuan. "Things are getting complicated, but I'm doing fine otherwise." "Complicated? How?" the Lord inquired, his interest piqued. Chapter 1589, Silhouettes, End of Arc. Chapter 1589, Silhouettes, End of Arc. After hearing the Lord's inquiry, Yuan said, "Well, some people think I am a demon because of my regenerative abilities, and I can't really blame them either." "A demon, huh? That's quite troublesome," the Lord mumbled with a frown. "It's fine for now since they don't know my identity, but it won't stay like that forever." Is that so? How about your progress finding the Dragon Spiral Mountain? The Lord then asked. Yuan's eyes widened after being reminded of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the one that existed within the 9 heavens. I actually forgot about that, Yuan said. In order to travel to the 9 heavens with his real body, he must find and activate the teleporter, which exists in a second Dragon Spiral Mountain somewhere between the 4th heaven and the 7th heaven. I might need to make a second trip to the Pavilion of Knowledge, he muttered. Even if you find it, I would be surprised if the gate is still functional. The Lord suddenly said, What makes you think that? I would be hard-pressed to believe the Celestial Emperor hadn't tampered with it, since it might affect his plans. After all, we would be able to travel there with our real bodies, and I'm not sure if that's part of the Celestial Emperor's plans. That makes sense, Yuan mumbled. I guess we'll find out once I go there. By the way, why are there 2 Dragon Spiral Mountains, and what are their purposes? They were created before the Divine Heaven became the 9 heavens, correct? There are actually 3 Dragon Spiral Mountains in existence, and they were created to honor the Dragons of Origins, each representing a dragon of origin. The one we're on right now was heavily damaged during the Divide and used to be much bigger and grander. The second one was completely destroyed after a certain incident long before the Divide. The third one should be safe, but, as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if the Celestial Emperor did something with it. Updat id from freywebnool.com. Oh, in case you're interested, our Dragon Spiral Mountain is meant to honor the Dragon Ancestor. The Great One's mountain was the one that got demolished. The last one is for Dragon Goddess Yayo. Anyway, other than being used to honor the Dragons of Origins, they were also used as a means of travel by the Beast clans, mostly Dragon clans. The Divine Heaven was an unfathomably vast world before the Divide, so these teleporters were important for travel back then. Yuan nodded and said, Makes sense. The 9 heavens is still massive even though it's split into 9 different realms. There are teleport formations in almost every city nowadays, too. Sometime later. Anyway, I will update you when I find the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Yuan said to the Lord before returning home. After dinner, as they walked back to their room, Chu Liuxiang suddenly stopped in front of their room and turned to look at Yuan, who was right behind her. Lulu? Yuan raised an eyebrow. I heard what Yuru said a few days ago, you know, she said, about it being unfair to make Shu that only I get to share a room with you, despite both of us being your partner. That's... Yuan tried to respond, but was immediately stopped by Chu Liuxiang. I already spoke with Mei Shu about it, and I asked her if she wanted to move in with us. We have plenty of room in the bed, after all. I agreed. Mei Shu's voice resounded from behind. Yuan turned around to see Mei Shu approaching them with a resolute expression on her slightly rosy face. Is that so? Yuan mumbled with a smile on his face. As for my old room, we can use it for, for when we want to do more than just sleep together. Chu Liuxiang, who was much bolder, finished Mixu's sentence. Are you okay with that? Mixu asked Yuan. He quickly nodded. Of course, why wouldn't I? That night, Mixu moved most of her belongings into Yuan's room, and the 3 of them slept together. Mixu and Chu Liuxiang decided to continue their training since they were close to a breakthrough. The next day, they logged into Cultivation Online together. Mixu and Chu Liuxiang decided to continue their training since they were close to a breakthrough. Yuan prepared to revisit the Pavilion of Knowledge to ask about the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, before he could go anywhere, a familiar figure appeared before him. You? How did you find me? Yuan asked the tall and bulky figure in front of him. As a commander, I have the location of every faction member below me at my palms, Kelan calmly explained. Did you just come back from your world? I have been waiting here for a few days now. Yes. Yuan was a little speechless, since this was the first time he was greeted in such a manner. Since you know I'm from Earth, it's safe to assume you're not cursed. Kelan nodded. I am from the upper heavens, after all, anyway. What you up to now? Why does it sound like you'll be following me? Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. Because I will, for your protection. If you aren't aware, the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto decided to send their top demon sealers to hunt you down after hearing about you. They're moving faster than I'd anticipated, Yuan mumbled. That's just how dangerous they deemed you, Kalen sighed. Oh, well, I'll deal with it when the time comes. Anyway, do you happen to know a place called the Dragon Spiral Mountain? Yuan suddenly asked, changing the subject. Kellen raised an eyebrow and said, How do you know that place? Aren't you from the lower heavens? So you do. Of course, it's a pretty famous place in the seventh heaven, sacred even. I see, so it's in the seventh heaven? I guess I don't have to worry about it for a while. Why are you asking? Kellen asked. Just curious. I learned about it from the Pavilion of Knowledge, Yuan said. Anyway, you asked what I'm going to do now, right? I'm going to hunt some magical beasts. Do you know a good hunting spot? He continued. Kalen shrugged. You are asking the wrong guy. This is my first time in the fourth heaven. I thought so. Then I'll go ask around. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 9 heavens, 2 silhouettes were chatting away while surrounded by a chaotic energy that would kill even immortals. Did you hear? The Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto have sent the majority of their top demon sealers to the lower heavens. This is our chance to make a move. Finally, we have been waiting for this moment for countless years. Once we summon the Ancient, the Demon Clan will rule over this world again. Where's Demon Emperor Carnage? I haven't seen him for a while now. I have no clue, but he was uttering some nonsense about the Divine Paragon before disappearing. He'll show up once we start the summoning ritual. Then, let's begin. I cannot wait to take my revenge on the Demon Sealing Clan. Without the Divine Paragon, they're just a bunch of nobodies. Even if the Divine Paragon were still here, he'd be no match against the Ancient. Ha ha ha, hee hee. These 2 silhouettes soon vanished, their laughter echoing eerily until they were completely gone. Chapter 1590, Endless Beast Den. Chapter 1590, Endless Beast Den. A place with a lot of magical beasts, huh? An information broker pondered Yuan's inquiry. After a brief pause, he said, I know of the perfect place. It's called the Endless Beast Den, and as the name suggests, an inexhaustible horde of magical beasts constantly emerges from its depths. He continued, Nobody knows why this is happening, but it's a very famous location for cultivators to train. The only downside is that the magical beasts there never drop cores. That said, there are always people there training all year round. Due to its popularity, unless you belong to a powerful sect or have an influential background, you will have trouble hunting there without being confronted by others. Where is this place located? Yuan asked after receiving the location. Yuan paid the information broker several spirit stones for his services. Thank you for your business. The information broker bowed to Yuan. To think the fourth heaven would also have a place like this. Kalen muttered a moment later. Yuan looked at him and asked, Is there a place like this in the upper heavens? The source of this content is Freewim Noveld Comem. Yes, there are many. Some say the heavens birthed them, while others claim they come from another world, one that is ruled by magical beasts. Unfortunately, all we know for certain is that no matter how many of them you kill, there will always be more. Sounds like the perfect place for me. Yuan smiled before they made their way to the Endless Beast Den. Yuan went to pick up Shi Mei, who had been visiting every restaurant in the city. Oh, you're back already. Shi Mei was in the middle of stuffing her mouth with food when Yuan appeared before her. Yuan smiled and said, Take your time. While they waited for Shi Mei to finish her meal, Yuan explained the situation to her. I see the Endless Beast Den, huh? This is my first time hearing about such a place, so this is going to be a new experience, she said. By the way, who's your new friend? Shi Mei asked with her gaze on Kalen. I'm Kalen, and under the orders of my superiors, I am here to protect him. He's from the same faction as me, the Celestial Overlords, Yuan said. You need protection? Shi Mei looked at Yuan with raised eyebrows. He was powerful enough to kill someone 9 realms above his own cultivation. What could possibly threaten him in the fourth heaven? Because of your friend's rash and reckless action, he's now being hunted by the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto, who thinks they're hunting a powerful demon." "How powerful are they?" she merely asked. "They're experts that specialize in demons, but they're also some of the most powerful cultivators in the 9 heavens, since the ones coming after Yuan are top demon sealers. However, as long as I am here, they won't be able to do a thing to Yuan." Kellen patted his chest with a confident aura around his large body. Yuan stared at Kellen with a pondering expression. After a moment of silence, he asked, "I have been wondering about this for a while now, but you're unusually large. Are you related to giants or something?" Kellen's eyes widened with surprise after hearing Yuan's question, and he immediately responded, You know about giants? Why do you look so surprised? Are they supposed to be a secret or something?" Yuan asked. "No, but their race went extinct countless years ago, and barely anyone remembers them anymore, even in the upper heavens. You're also the first one to ask me such a question. Everyone else just assumes my size is due to a unique physique. So you're a giant?" Kellen didn't immediately respond and appeared to be pondering whether he should tell the truth or not. Eventually he sighed. "I'm not a giant, but I do have giant blood flowing through my veins." "Huh? How does that work?" "Just like how some humans inject themselves with the blood of a beast to gain unique powers, I was injected with giant blood," Kellen said. Freyo web novel. One of the main reasons humans hunted dragons in the past was to harvest their powerful bloodlines to use for themselves. Giants went extinct countless years ago, right? How did you acquire their blood?" Ji-Meili asked. Her eyes filled with interest, as this was her first time learning about the existence of giants. Though they may have gone extinct, remnants of their blood still exist, albeit in extreme rarity. "In fact, you're more likely to encounter dragon blood than giant blood in these times," Kellen remarked. "My family happened to have some in their possession, and it was used on me due to my high compatibility. Anyway, enough about me. Tell me more about yourself and your world, Yuan." Kellen looked at him. "Sure, but I have one more question. The superior who told you to protect me, was it Senior Bai?" Kellen nodded. "Yes, but it was also a request from Celestial Overlord Shu." "I see." Yuan proceeded to introduce himself from scratch. Some time later, the three of them left the restaurant and made their way to the Endless Beast Den. After traveling for several days straight and using multiple teleporters, they finally arrived at the Howling Mountain Valley. In this region, a dozen mountains pierced the clouds, and loud howling echoed from every direction. "There's a lot of magical beasts here, all right," Kellen said after sweeping the place with his divine sense. Yuan quickly located the Endless Beast Den with his divine sense and flew straight there. The Endless Beast Den was a vast cave nestled within one of these mountains, from which magical beasts constantly emerged. Right outside the Endless Beast Den lay a spacious, suspiciously empty expanse of land. It seemed as if someone had purposefully cleared the area to create a training ground. Moreover, there were already several hundred people there, all of them engaged in fights with magical beasts. Chapter 1591, Endless Beast Den 2. Chapter 1591, Endless Beast Den 2. Visit figwebnovle.core for the best novel reading experience. After arriving at the Endless Beast Den, Yuan silently observed the scenery from the sky. Despite the presence of hundreds of people, most wore similar robes, indicating they belonged to the same sect. The rest exuded a confident and arrogant aura, suggesting they hailed from influential backgrounds. Most of these people were between the Spirit Lord and Spirit King, with only a few in the Spirit Emperor realm. There was a single Spirit Sovereign at the scene, but he was not training and appeared to be overseeing the disciples to ensure their safety. The Spirit Sovereign cultivator turned to look at Yuan once he noticed their presence. First-level Spirit Emperor at such a young age. Not to mention that tall man beside him, he must come from an influential background. The Spirit Sovereign immediately recognized Kellen as Yuan's bodyguard due to his unfathomable aura, even though his cultivation was restricted to the peak of spirit enlightenment. The strongest beast here is only at the peak of Spirit King. What could you possibly gain from fighting them at your current level of strength? It wouldn't matter even if you killed 1,000,000 of them, Kellan said to Yuan. Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and said, I am going to strengthen my soul weapon. Of course, this wasn't his only reason for being there. Jimeli then spoke. I am also going down there. This will be good training for me. She was bored of training alone inside a confined space, and there are some things you can only learn through real experience. How long do you plan on staying here? Kellan asked. Who knows? Until I am satisfied, I guess. Yuan and Jimeli descended to the ground and started their hunting the next moment. As for Kellan, he decided to take a look around the fourth heaven. His divine sense was powerful enough to cover the entire fourth heaven, so he could watch over Yuan no matter where he was. The only reason he decided to follow Yuan around was to chat. But now, with Yuan busy training, he decided to do some exploring. With that said, he made sure not to travel too far. The area outside the endless beast den was divided into 3 zones. The outer area, where there were the fewest beasts, the middle area, where the number of beasts was moderate, and the zone closest to the cave, which was filled to the brim with beasts. Jimeli went to the outer area to warm up. Meanwhile, Yuan headed straight to the zone closest to the cave. He landed right outside the entrance, where dozens of powerful beasts were gathered. Yuan's sudden appearance surprised the few who were training near him. They wanted to call him out, but before they could even open their mouths, Yuan slew all of the magical beasts around him, killing each of them with a single strike. After snapping out of their daze, they called out to him, Hey, who do you think you are? We have this spot reserved for 30 days. Without looking at them, Yuan said, Don't worry, I'll leave enough for you guys. That's not the point. We paid a fortune for this spot. Yuan finally turned to look at them and said, Someone owns this place? Who did you pay? The 3 grand sects has joint ownership of this place. You're not allowed to train here unless you're a disciple of their sect or pay for a spot, one of them explained. Hearing this, Yuan looked around and asked, Are we inside their sect right now? No. Then do they own this land? I don't think so. So they're making people pay to hunt wild, magical beasts in a territory that they don't even own. What kind of nonsense is that? Well, I'm not going to play by their rules. If they have an issue, they can come to deal with me themselves. Even as they conversed, magical beasts continued to emerge from the endless beast den. Yuan returned to killing magical beasts shortly after, without giving the others any more attention. Fireb Novel. Sam, the spirit sovereign overseeing the place, frowned when he saw this. He'd initially thought Yuan already had permission to train there, but after hearing their conversation, that was clearly not the case. And seeing that Kellan had disappeared somewhere, the spirit sovereign decided to approach Yuan. Young man, if you do not have permission to train here, I must ask you and your friend to leave. And who are you? Yuan asked without stopping his movement. I am Elder Hao of the Grand Spring sect, one of the 3 grand sects that holds authority in this area. So what are? You here to ask me for money? Elder Hao sneered and said, I don't like your attitude. We don't need your money. Leave before things become difficult. You're the one making things difficult here. I am merely hunting magical beasts in the wild. Who are you, the Grand Spring sect, to monopolize this? If anything, I should be getting paid for this. If you don't want unauthorized people coming here, why don't you build a sect around here or something? Yuan continued, killing magical beasts without stopping as he spoke to Elder Hao, who was already fuming in anger by now. You must think you're invincible because you have an influential background. Unfortunately for you, no matter how influential you are, the 3 grand sects are still above you. I will give you 3 seconds to get out of here before I force you. Bang! Yuan suddenly unleashed some of his aura, filling the entire endless beast den with tyrannical pressure. You will force me? I'd like to see you try. Yuan stopped hunting to glare at Elder Hao, who subconsciously started backing away from him. Despite Yuan's clearly lower cultivation base, Elder Hao did not dare to underestimate him, as the pressure being exuded by him was stronger than even their sect master. Chapter 1592, 3 Grand Sects. Are you trying to pick a fight with the 3 Grand Sects? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you're getting yourself into?" Elder Howe growled in anger, realizing he had backed away from a junior. Yuan casually shrugged. "No, not really, since I am not from around here." Elder Howe frowned at such words and asked, "Are you from the upper heavens?" By now most of the sects in the lower heavens are aware of people from the upper heavens descending. Since it was almost impossible for someone of Yuan's caliber to be unrecognizable, there was a good chance he came from the upper heavens. The opposite, actually. I came from the lower heaven. Elder Howe's face immediately darkened. Since you managed to climb all the way to the fourth heaven, your abilities and talent are unquestionably up there. However, you're simply too arrogant if you think you can offend the three grand sects. Since you're new here, let me educate you. The three grand sects are the strongest and most influential sects in the fourth heaven. We have been in this position for millions of years. We are unshakable. Thank you for the information, but that doesn't change anything, unfortunately." Yuan shrugged. Elder Howe trembled with anger, enraged that a junior would look down on the three grand sects to such an extent. The three grand sects were highly respected and revered by everyone, and he had never encountered anyone who refused to show them any respect. Yet Elder Howe didn't dare to attack Yuan. "I won't be able to defeat him alone. I need backup." Thus, without saying another word, Elder Howe turned and disappeared into the distance. Seeing this, Yuan resumed his training. The others were left speechless by the results. But if Elder Howe couldn't deal with him, they had no chance. Reluctantly, they returned to their own training. Over the next several days, Yuan killed thousands of magical beasts. However, that was far from enough to complete his task. At this rate, he'd need to spend over 100 years at the endless beast den just to complete it. I underestimated this task due to its simplicity. 100 million, this might actually take the longest to complete. Yuan sighed inwardly. He suddenly turned to look at the cave where all of the magical beasts were emerging from. Ever since he showed up at the endless beast den, he'd been getting a weird feeling coming from the cave, almost as if it was beckoning him. However, he'd already examined the place with divine sense and divine gaze, yet he only found an empty cave. As for the magical beasts, they simply pop into existence like magic. Suddenly, several powerful presences appeared, filling the entire endless beast den and interrupting Yuan's thoughts. Yuan turned around to see 4 individuals staring at him from the sky. One of them was Elder Howe. "You left to bring your friends?" Yuan smiled at them. The group descended to the ground in the next moment, silently glaring at Yuan with profound frowns etched on their faces. These individuals were all in the early spirit enlightenment realm. "You must be the one looking down on our three grand sects. Identify yourself," the middle-aged man, standing at the very front, said in a demanding tone. Yuan tilted his head and said, "I don't recall looking down on anyone, though. I do think it's weird you guys are monetizing this place. With an endless number of magical beasts flowing from this cave, if people stop training here, you'd need to hire people to constantly clean up this place, or it will quickly fill the fourth heaven with wild beasts, so everyone training here is actually doing this world a service. Regardless, I believe it should cost nothing to hunt wild magical beasts. I don't care what you believe. You will regret offending the three grand sects," the middle-aged man sneered. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "And how are you going to do that?" "By ganging up on me? I don't think it will look good on the three grand sects if people hear that you'd ganged up on a junior." "Who said we're going to gang up on you? I alone am enough to deal with a brat like you," the middle-aged man said as he released his cultivation. "Which sect are you from?" Yuan asked. "Grand Elder Du of the Grand Mystic Sect," the middle-aged man introduced himself. "I'm just a nobody from the lower heaven. I'll let you make the first move." Yuan spoke with a confident smile on his face. "Arrogant little bastard." Grand Elder Du's face immediately flushed red in anger, and his aura surged exponentially. The most up-to-date novies are published on Frewebnorth Samps. Profound Mystic Strike. Grand Elder Du extended his palms, shooting a powerful blast of spiritual energy at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan placed his arms behind his back and confronted the blast with his naked body. Bell.com, bang. The ground trembled violently from the impact, reducing the area around Yuan to rubble. Yet amidst the destruction, Yuan stood unscathed. What? Grand Elder Du and the others were greatly shocked by the results. Although Grand Elder Du had no intention to kill Yuan, he definitely wanted to teach Yuan a lesson that he'd never forget. The attack was strong enough to break most bones in a spirit sovereign, yet Yuan came out unscathed while being a spirit emperor. Elder Hao had warned them that Yuan was far more powerful than he appeared, but none of them could have anticipated the extent of his strength. "I didn't feel that, so I'll give you another chance," Yuan suddenly said. Yuan's provocation immediately infuriated Grand Elder Du, causing him to abandon any thought of going easy. "You'll regret this, brat." Grand Mystic Typhoon. Grand Elder Du created a massive typhoon of spiritual energy around Yuan. "This is your last chance to apologize, because this will really kill you," Grand Elder Du warned. Despite Yuan's arrogant behavior, he admired Yuan's talents and didn't want to destroy them in such a fashion. Chapter 1593 Rift. "Whoa, run away. If you're caught up in that, you're dead." Grand Elder Du's Grand Mystic Typhoon was strong enough to kill every entity there, and not wanting to get caught up in their mess, the people at the Endless Beast Den began running away. "We've only been here a few days, and he's already angered someone. He's really talented in that regard as well." She merely chuckled slightly before returning to her training. She had no doubt that Yuan would be able to handle a few spirit sovereigns alone, and was not worried for his safety in the slightest. "Don't force my hand, young man. This is your final warning," Grand Elder Du warned Yuan for the final time. "If you're that worried for me, why even bother attacking me in the first place? Just get this over with so I can return to my training," Yuan said, sounding a little bored. "What a pity." Grand Elder Du shook his head and increased the rate at which he gathered his spiritual energy. A few moments later, he released all of that built-up energy, unleashing the technique. The massive typhoon immediately collapsed on Yuan, consuming him and everything around him. The magical beasts swallowed by the technique were instantly torn to shreds, and their blood scattered everywhere, causing it to rain blood. Grand Elder Du panted afterward, completely out of spiritual energy after using that one devastating technique. Are you sure it was okay to kill him when we don't even know his identity? A talent like that surely didn't come from nowhere. What if he lied about coming from the lower heaven and actually came from the upper heavens?" One of the other individuals brought by Elder Hao asked in a slightly worried tone. "I think it's a little too late to ask those questions now, Grand Elder Lu," another individual said. Grand Elder Du nodded and said, "Grand Elder Tang is right. We're way past that now. I didn't want to kill him, but he left me no choice. You make it sound like I had a sword against your neck or threatened your life." A familiar voice suddenly resounded. "What? That's impossible!" Grand Elder Du exclaimed after hearing Yuan's voice, shouting so loud that his saliva went everywhere. Whoosh! As if cut by a sword, the typhoon suddenly split perfectly in half. Once the typhoon dispersed, Yuan could be seen standing in his original location without so much as a single blemish on his body. "You must have used a life-saving treasure. There's no other explanation." Grand Elder Du cried out loud, not daring to believe that Yuan had endured his most powerful technique with his bare body. Without responding, Yuan suddenly took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Grand Elder Du with a domineering aura around him. Before Grand Elder Du could even respond, Yuan swung his arm, backhanding Grand Elder Du in the face and sending him flying. Seeing this, the other two and Elder Hao immediately went into a combative stance. Yuan glanced at them and said, "I will only attack those who attack me first, so if you wish for me to attack you, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to resume my training." Grand Elder Lu and Grand Elder Tang exchanged glances with each other. They were all Grand Elders, second to the sect masters of the three grand sects. They had never been disrespected in such a manner, much less threatened by a junior. They were both spirit sovereigns. an entire realm above Yuan in terms of cultivation. Logically speaking, they should be able to deal with him without even breaking a sweat. Yet neither of them felt like they could defeat him. As for Elder Hao, if he thought he could defeat Yuan, he wouldn't have requested help from 3 experts. Follow current novels on giwebnovel.com. If you're not going to do anything, I will resume my training now. Don't worry. I will make sure I don't bother the others while I'm training as long as they don't bother me. And I will leave as soon as I am satisfied. After uttering such words, Yuan turned around and continued hunting magical beasts without a care in the world, leaving the Grand Elders speechless. Maybe we should just leave him alone. It's not like he's bothering anyone, Grand Elder Lu mumbled. Huh? You want to let him go after he spat on our faces? If we don't do anything, the 3 grand sects will become a laughingstock once news begins spreading. Grand Elder Tang looked at her with wide eyes. Grand Elder Lu turned to look at Grand Elder Du, who was lying on the ground unconscious several miles away after receiving Yuan's slap. Let's attack him together. I bet he's only acting tough, Grand Elder Tang said with a serious frown on his face. But I only came here to spectate, Grand Elder Lu sighed. Do you have any idea how much our images will hurt if we back down now? Not only will we be forfeiting to a junior, but we even allowed him to disrespect the 3 grand sects. I'd be surprised if we remain Grand Elders if we leave without doing anything. Grand Elder Lu clenched her teeth after hearing Grand Elder Tang's persuasion, but she couldn't refute his words. All right, let's attack him together. She eventually agreed. Grand Elder Tang nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, their aura began surging when they started gathering spiritual energy for their technique. Yuan noticed what they were trying to do, but he simply ignored them and continued his training, acting as if they weren't even there. His indifference and blatant lack of respect infuriated the Grand Elders, causing their aura to skyrocket. The Grand Elders unleashed their techniques simultaneously a moment later, and their combined techniques crashed into Yuan and the Endless Beast Den. The impact violently shook the ground, causing a powerful earthquake. Additionally, the mountain with the Endless Beast Den exploded. The entire place became dead silent as everyone stared at the destruction with wide eyes. The only individual who wasn't paying attention was Si Meili, who was still focused on her target. Suddenly, a powerful wind with a vacuum effect emerged, drawing in the dust and rubble. Once all of the dust was gone, everyone could see that a rift had appeared where the Endless Beast Den once existed. "What is that?" Grand Elder Lu asked. "No idea, but that wasn't there a moment ago," Grand Elder Tang said. "Anyway, where did that brat go? Did we vaporize him? Wait, there's no more magical beasts appearing." Elder Hao suddenly noticed this. "What? Is it because we destroyed the mountain?" Grand Elder Lu immediately began panicking. "That's not possible. This isn't the first time the Endless Beast Den has been blown up, and the beasts continued to appear despite that." Grand Elder Tang quickly said, "Yuan?" Shi Meili suddenly halted her training when she noticed that Yuan's presence had suddenly disappeared when she saw the rift. She immediately thought Yuan had entered it and quickly approached it. However, before she could get close, the rift closed, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 1594, Yuan's Disappearance. After realizing that Yuan had completely disappeared, Shi Meili immediately transformed and approached Grand Elder Lu, who was stunned by her transformation. "You bastards! What did you do to him? Where did you take him?" Shi Meili grabbed the stunned Grand Elder Lu by the collar of her robes and roared, disregarding the difference in their cultivation. "It's a dragon!" The people there were incredibly excited to see someone from the dragon clan there, as dragons were incredibly rare within the fourth heaven. "Wait, we aren't responsible for the rift," Grand Elder Lu exclaimed, clearly nervous about Shi Meili's identity. "Bullshit! You were the ones who attacked him." Shi Meili refused to believe that they were not responsible for Yuan's disappearance. "Please let her go. Although we attacked him, we didn't create that rift." Grand Elder Tang grabbed Shi Meili's wrist and spoke with a deep frown. I swear on my soul that we didn't purposefully create that rift. This is the first time I've seen or heard of anything like that, too," Grand Elder Lu shouted. However, Shimei refused to let her go. Suddenly another voice resounded. "Let her go. They're not responsible." Shimei turned around to see Qilan descending toward them. "Che." Shimei reluctantly released Grand Elder Lu, who quickly stepped back. "Who are you?" Grand Elder Tang asked Qilan with a worried frown. Just by Qilan's formidable aura alone, he could tell that he was not someone they could offend. Qilan, who made a swift return after noticing Yuan's presence had disappeared, revealed his faction symbol and said, "I am Qilan from the faction Celestial Overlords." The Celestial Overlords? The Grand Elders were greatly bewildered by this information. Although the Celestial Overlords primarily operated within the upper heavens, their reputation and influence were immense enough to reach the fourth heavens. What the hell is such a big shot doing in the fourth heaven? And he's even a commander, Grand Elder Tang cried inwardly. As mighty and influential as the three grand sects were, they were no different than ants before the Celestial Overlords. With just a single command, even someone at the rank of commander like Qilan could wipe out the three grand sects, and nobody would even question them. That was how powerful the Celestial Overlords were. "This humble junior greets the commander. Please forgive my earlier disrespect." Grand Elder Tang quickly bowed, his tone laden with reverence. Grand Elder Lu immediately followed suit, mirroring his deference. Seeing that Qilan hadn't responded, Grand Elder Tang quickly continued, "Please let me explain." Qilan immediately interrupted. "You don't need to explain anything. I have been watching from the beginning, so I understand the situation fully. Do you know why Yuan disappeared? If he was taken by the rift, where did it take him?" Shimei urgently asked Qilan, her voice filled with desperation. "That young man has connections with the Celestial Overlords?" "We're doomed," Elder Hao cried inwardly after connecting the dots. Qilan looked at Shimei and responded, "I don't know where he was taken, but I have some speculations. Although nobody really knows where the magical beasts come from, people have speculated that they come from another world, one that is filled with endless magical beasts. As for why they're being sent to the 9 heavens, we don't have the slightest clue. The rift that took Yuan, I have heard about it before. They rarely appear when an endless beast den is destroyed. Many people have entered such a rift to explore the unknown and find out where the magical beasts are coming from, but nobody has returned so far, and people eventually stopped entering them." "What? Nobody has managed to return? Are you certain about that? But Yuan—" Shimei didn't dare to finish her sentence. Qilan understood what Shimei was trying to say and gritted his teeth in anger. He was tasked to protect Yuan and failed miserably so quickly. "I'll need to contact my superiors. Maybe they will know what to do," Qilan eventually said. "Ye your superiors?" The Grand Elders swallowed nervously after hearing such words. The only ones ranking above a commander are overlords and celestial overlords. Should an individual of such stature descend to the fourth heaven, it would undoubtedly provoke an immense commotion. Follow current novels on freewebsmol.com? What should I do? Shimei asked. "Just stay here and wait for my return. Who knows? Maybe Yuan will return while I am away," Qilan said before disappearing into the horizon. I must contact my sect leader," Grand Elder Tang exclaimed, his entire being soaked in sweat. "And me too," Grand Elder Lu said. Shortly after the two Grand Elders left the scene, Grand Elder Du woke up from his slumber. Seeing this, Elder Hao immediately rushed to his side. "What happened to me? Where am I?" Grand Elder Du looked at his surroundings with a dazed face. Grand Elder Du quickly came to his senses and jumped up. "Where's that little bastard? Grand Elder, we have an emergency!" Elder Hao cried out loud once he reached Grand Elder Du's side. "Huh? Elder Hao? What's the matter?" "We need to return to the sect and speak with the sect leader." "Why? What happened?" "I don't have the time to explain. We need to leave immediately." Elder Hao didn't say anything else and flew away. Grand Elder Du looked around but couldn't see either Yuan or the other two Grand Elders. They must have dealt with that little bastard and left already. With that in mind, he also left the scene shortly after. The people training at the Endless Beast Den had to stop their training because no more magical beasts spawned, not to mention their situation. In the blink of an eye, the Endless Beast Den was devoid of people, falling completely silent for the first time in thousands of years. Meanwhile, after being sucked in by the rift, Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar territory. "Where am I?" he muttered in a dazed voice as he surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 1595, A Foreign World. After quickly surveying his surroundings, Yuan found himself in the middle of a wilderness filled with oddly shaped tall trees unlike any he had ever seen before. The sky was an ominous orange with a hint of red, and not a single cloud marred its expanse. A unique and unmistakable stench of blood filled the air, reminiscent of the battlefield during his time as the evil god. However, it was not the scent of human blood, but that of beasts. Beastly howls echoed from every direction. In fact, Yuan could sense tens of thousands of magical beasts in the area. Their strength varied greatly, ranging from the level of spirit apprentice to the divine realm. "Brother Yuan, where are we?" Xiaohua came out of his dantian and asked, her face filled with curiosity and worry. "I have no clue." Yuan shook his head. Yuning's voice resounded a moment later. "Young master, I don't know where we are, but this place is so massive that my divine sense cannot see all of it. Moreover, I could not find a single human being. This place is filled to the brim with magical beasts. Also, it appears that many powerful magical beasts are quickly approaching our direction, and they all seem frenzied, like starved beasts." After a moment of silence, Yuan looked at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, return to my dantian for now." She nodded and immediately returned to his dantian before asking, "What about you?" "This is just my guess, but I think they are likely drawn by my scent. The scent of a human, a rarity in this place that seems to be filled with magical beasts," Yuan speculated. Freevilms.com. "You're right about that." An unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded behind Yuan, startling him. "What?" Like a startled cat, Yuan instantly leaped away and readied himself for combat. However, his eyebrows arched in surprise upon seeing the individual who had just spoken. Standing right where he had just been was a little girl who appeared even younger than Xiaohua. She had pitch-black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, reaching the ground. Her eyes were clear and filled with intrigue. Yet despite her human appearance, she exuded an aura that felt anything but human. Moreover, she was completely naked. When did she get there? No. How long has she been there? Even now, despite looking at her with my very eyes, I cannot sense her presence, almost as if I am staring at a ghost," Yuning exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan narrowed his eyes on the little girl. He also failed to sense her presence even at this very moment. Fortunately, she didn't appear to be a threat to them for the time being. "Who are you?" Yuan decided to ask her. "Are you sure you want to worry about me right now?" "You'll be dead in a few moments once the others arrive," she said. Yuan gritted his teeth. The magical beasts approaching them were all in the divine realm. Yuning also warned him of magical beasts at the level of immortals that were too far for his divine sense to pick up. "Since they're here because of my scent," Yuan's aura suddenly surged, and his body began to transform. The little girl's eyes widened with awe as Yuan entered his dragon form. "You smell like a dragon now, but you had a vastly different scent just moments ago, one that I have never encountered before. Is this what humans are? I have only heard about your species, but never met one," she inquired, her eyes brimming with interest, almost like that of a child visiting the amusement park for the first time. Hearing her question, Yuan became certain that she was not human. "Sorry, but I need to leave this place for now." Not wanting to wait for the magical beasts to arrive, Yuan used his movement technique and swiftly left the scene. The little girl silently stood there. A few moments later, a red beast resembling a jaguar emerged. Initially, it didn't notice the little girl, but when it finally laid eyes on her, a terrified expression crossed its face, and its body trembled with immense fear. Without any hesitation, the jaguar turned around and ran away with its tail tucked between its legs. This scene repeated several more times for the beasts that showed up at her location, until the little girl disappeared into thin air like a ghost. Some time later, after running for days without stopping, Yuan finally came to a halt. "This should be far enough," he mumbled, feeling relieved that none of the magical beasts chased after him. He lifted his head to look at the sky, which had remained unchanged despite the passage of many days. "Just where in the world are we?" he sighed out loud. "We're currently at the enchanted forest," a calm and familiar voice responded to Yuan's sigh. "What the—" Yuan jumped after being startled again. His eyes widened with surprise after seeing the little girl had managed to follow him. "Yuning, can you sense her cultivation base?" he asked. "No, I cannot sense anything about her. It's like she doesn't even exist," she quickly replied. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked the little girl, "Enchanted forest, where is that in the 9 heavens?" New novel chapters are published on guiwebnovel.com. The little girl slightly tilted her head and said, "9 heavens? I don't know of that place." "Where? We're not even in the 9 heavens." Yuan swallowed nervously after learning this information, though he was not entirely certain of its credibility. After all, it was possible that they were still in the 9 heavens, but the little girl might not be aware of it. He looked at the little girl and continued asking, "Then do you know what this world is called?" "What a weird question," the little girl said. "But I'll entertain you. This world is called the Primal Expanse." "Primal Expanse?" Yuan repeated in a dazed voice. "Have you heard of this place?" "Yu Ning? Xiaohua?" he asked them. "No," they both replied simultaneously. "Well, I'll be damned." Chapter 1596, Primal Expanse. Chapter 1596, Primal Expanse, after taking a moment to digest the possibility that they had been transported to another world outside the 9 heavens. Yuan turned to look at the mysterious, naked little girl and asked, "Do you mind telling us a little about the Primal Expanse?" Since the little girl had been answering his questions without any issues, Yuan figured it wouldn't be an issue to continue asking her questions. This time, however, she said, "I do mind. It feels like I'm being used, and I don't like it." "Sorry, that wasn't my intention. What do you propose, then?" Yuan quickly apologized to her. "I want you to answer some of my questions now," she proposed. He nodded. "That seems fair. What do you want to know? Where did you come from? Your presence appeared out of thin air." "I came from a place called the 9 heavens. I don't know how I got here, but I was sucked inside a rift and arrived here before I realized it." The little girl took a moment to digest this information before asking the next question. "You're a human, right? Does this 9 heavens have a lot of humans?" "Yes," to both questions. "Where is the 9 heavens?" "Sorry, but I don't think I can answer that question, not because I don't want to. Since I don't know where we currently are, there's simply no way for me to pinpoint the 9 heavens." The little girl tilted her head in a puzzled manner and said, "But I already told you, we're at the enchanted forest within the Primal Expanse." "Well, you see," Yuan took a moment to think about how he'd go about explaining the situation to her. "This is actually my first time hearing about a place called the Primal Expanse, and I'm not sure if it's a place somewhere within the 9 heavens or outside like another world. That's why I wanted to know more about the Primal Expanse, so I can figure that out." "I see," the little girl mumbled. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "I have never heard of the 9 heavens, but the Primal Expanse is a world of its own. If you traverse beyond the sky and leave this world, you will only enter an empty, endless, dark world we call the Infinite Expanse." Yuan then spoke. "If the Primal Expanse is its own world, it's safe to assume that it's separate from the 9 heavens. He wondered if it was a situation similar to Earth and the 9 heavens, where the Primal Expanse used to be part of divine heaven before the split happened. "So humans are a rarity in this place, huh?" The little girl then said, "A rarity is an understatement. Humans essentially don't exist in this world. According to legends, humans would occasionally appear in our world in the past. But it's been millions of years since we've had a human visitor." So only magical beasts exist within the primal expanse? Yuan asked. Magical beasts? What is that? The little girl asked. Yuan raised an eyebrow and explained. In the 9 heavens, beasts with spiritual energy that lack intellect and only act upon instincts are called magical beasts. Then there are divine beasts. They are as intelligent as humans and can even transform into one, like you. The little girl fell silent again. After a moment of silence, she spoke. In the primal expanse, those who cannot speak and only act upon instincts are called primals. I am what you call a predator. Yuan found their wording quite weird. But who was he to judge their world? Primal and predators, right? I will remember that. Yuan fell silent afterward and wore a pondering expression on his face. After connecting the dots, he was certain that the primal expanse and the 9 heavens were connected in some way. After all, the very rift that transported him to the primal expanse appeared after the endless beast den was destroyed. It's very likely the magical beasts that appear out of thin air came from the primal expanse. In that case, there must be a way to return to the 9 heavens. He also wondered if Shimeli had chased after him. Either way, there's no method to contact her while I am here. In that case, Yuan turned to look at the little girl and said, I will be right back. He logged off Cultivation Online the next moment. When he returned to Earth, both Chu Luoxiang and Meixiu were lying beside him. He went to see if Meixium was also in Cultivation Online. When he couldn't find Meixium, he used Divine Sense and immediately located her inside her room with the helmet on. The others were also inside Cultivation Online with no other options. Yuan took out a piece of paper and began writing on it. Once he was finished, he placed the paper beside the bed and returned to Cultivation Online. Where did you go just now? Your presence completely disappeared. How did you do it? Yuan was bombarded with questions the moment he returned to Cultivation Online. If she's questioning it, it's safe to assume the Celestial Emperor's curse has no influence here, or her cultivation is simply that strong. I'll answer your questions, but can you put on some clothes first? Even if you aren't human, it doesn't feel right when I look at you. After all, the little girl looked even younger than Xiao Hua. He hadn't mentioned it until now because he wasn't comfortable enough with her to make such demands, as it could offend her, who wasn't human. Clothes? What is that? She asked. Yuan pointed at his own robes and said, These are clothes. Something you wear on your body to cover your skin. Oh, those? I don't have any. And why should I wear them? I don't want to feel restricted, she quickly rejected. Yuan sighed inwardly. I guess I'll just have to deal with it for now until we part ways. Follow current novels on freywebdomvel.com. He didn't want to seem forceful and offend this little girl, who was definitely much stronger than she appeared. By the way, if humans don't exist and you've never encountered one, why are you in the form of one? Yuan asked a question that had been on his mind for some time now. It's a popular thing to do amongst predators, but I only took this form shortly after your appearance since I figured it would be easier to have a conversation with you, she said. Is this why she somewhat resembles Xiao Hua? Yuan wondered inwardly. Chapter 1597, Weird Spiritual Energy. By the way, my name's Yuan. What should I call you? Yuan said suddenly, recalling that he hadn't introduced himself. You can call me Yingzi, she said. So they also have names here, huh? Yuan mused to himself. Given that names are primarily a human custom, he assumed that entities in this world might not follow such practices. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized it wasn't that weird for them to have names, since some of them also wear clothes. They must have learned a thing or two from the humans who have traversed this world in the past. Do you know what happened to the humans that came to this world before? Yuan decided to ask. Most of them were killed and consumed. Yingzi responded without an ounce of pity in her tone. She continued, As for those that survived, they were enslaved by predators and studied. Yuan shuddered at this information. So there's a possibility that some humans may still exist in this world? He inquired. Yingzi pondered for a moment before nodding. It's possible, but very unlikely. The last human to appear was several million years ago, and humans cannot live that long. If they're an immortal, they should be able to survive that long, though, Yuan said. However, before Yingzi even responded, Xiaohua's voice resounded inside his head. "Be, Brother Yuan, the spiritual energy in this place is very weird." "What?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yuning's voice followed. "I can't believe we haven't noticed this until now. While the spiritual energy in this world may seem normal at a glance, it is actually incredibly difficult to absorb." Yuan also hadn't noticed this change since their bizarre situation had completely occupied his mind. If Xiaohua hadn't mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have noticed until much later. However, when Yuan tried to absorb the spiritual energy around him to experiment, he didn't notice any difference. "Huh? Are you sure? I am absorbing it just fine, nor do I feel any difference when compared to the 9 heavens. Seriously? But when I try to absorb it, I would only get about 1% of what I should. It's like trying to breathe while being choked." Yu Ning tried to describe her own experience. "It's the same for me," Xiaohua said. Perhaps this was the real reason why Yuan hadn't noticed anything. After all, he was absorbing the spiritual energy there just fine. If the others were also having trouble absorbing the spiritual energy in this place, even immortals would slowly perish from a lack of spiritual energy. Yuan quickly understood why Yingzi claimed that humans couldn't live for so long. However, he couldn't figure out why he was able to absorb the spiritual energy there without any issues. "Hey," Yingzi suddenly called out to him. "Yes? What does it mean to be human?" she asked, her eyes flickering with intrigue. That's a really difficult question to answer. If I were to ask you what it means to be a predator, how would you respond?" Yingzi pondered for a moment before responding. "I don't know." Yuan then said, "The question of what it means to be human is deeply philosophical. I can't define what it means to be human universally, since everyone differs. Whether it be our culture, morals, ethics, emotions, and even biology, none of that really defines us as human. If anything, I'd say it's our soul that makes us human." New Envil chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. "Your soul I don't understand. I also have a soul, but I am not human," said Yingzi. "I guess it'd be more accurate to say the shape of our soul? I don't know." Yuan shrugged. Yingzi fell silent again. What's she thinking now? Yuan wondered. A few moments later, Yingzi suddenly wore a look of enlightenment on her face, and she spoke. "Then I'll observe you until I understand what it means to be human. You want to observe me?" Yuan had a bad feeling about this. Does this mean she'll be following me as I explore this world? He wanted to politely refuse, but he had a feeling that she wouldn't care about what he had to say and would still follow him regardless. Moreover, he risked offending her by refusing her company, which might get him killed. Maybe this won't be as bad as I'm imagining. She's been a great help thus far, he thought. Trying to be positive about the situation, if it weren't for Yingzi, he probably would still be trying to figure out his location. freewebnovel.com. He spoke a moment later. "If you want to understand what it's like to be human, you can start by wearing clothes. All of the humans in my world wear clothes throughout the day." Yingzi frowned slightly at his suggestion, but it made sense. "I don't have any clothes," she reminded him. "Xiaohua, do you have extra clothes?" he asked her, since they had a similar build. Xiaohua came out of his dantian for a split second to hand him a pair of robes before quickly returning to his body to avoid attracting the beasts there with her scent. However, even though it was only for a split second, the primals nearby had already noticed Xiaohua's scent and were rushing in their direction. Seeing this, Yuan quickly handed the clothes to Yingzi and said, "Here, you can wear this. Come find me when you're done." Without explaining further, Yuan turned around and left the scene. Yingzi stared at the black robes in her grasp with a profound expression on her face. After spending several minutes staring at it, she reluctantly started wearing it. While Yingzi struggled to figure out how to wear the clothes, numerous primals arrived at the scene, drawn by Xiaohua's lingering scent. However, their excitement quickly turned to terror as they noticed Yingzi's presence, and they swiftly departed. Once she had managed to dress herself, Yingzi looked in the direction Yuan had gone and began chasing after him. Chapter 1598, Sect Leaders of the Three Grand Sects. A whole week has passed since Yuan was transported to the primal expanse. During this time, Shimei remained at the endless beast den, anxiously waiting for Yuan to return. Kalen went to speak with Senior Bai and explained the situation to him. Unsurprisingly, Senior Bai was extremely upset to hear this news. "Forgive me, Senior Bai, I have failed my mission." Kalen lowered his head and apologized. Senior Bai didn't respond for a long time before sighing. "You're not at fault. I doubt I would be able to prevent it even if I were right beside him. Also, nobody could have expected a rift to appear. Follow me, are we going to?" Kalen swallowed nervously and asked. Senior Bai nodded, confirming his suspicions. "Yes, we're going to speak with the Celestial Overlord." Sometime later, Senior Bai and Kalen stood before Shujiaki, who was sitting behind her desk that was stacked with mountains of papers. "Didn't you just leave?" Shujiaki spoke without even looking at them. Senior Bai responded, "Sorry, but this is urgent. I've been hearing that word a lot lately. What is it this time?" Senior Bai turned to look at Kalen, his gaze gesturing to Kalen to do the speaking for obvious reasons. Kalen took a deep breath before falling to his knees and kowtowing. Due to my incompetence, Yuan, who I had been tasked to watch over, was swallowed by a rift. He spoke in a shouting voice. However, Shujiaki merely raised an eyebrow and muttered, "A rift? What rift?" "The ones that rarely appear when an infinite beast spawn is destroyed," Kalen clarified. "What? How did that happen?" Shujiaki exclaimed. "This is what happened." Kalen proceeded to recall everything that led to Yuan being swallowed by the rift. Shujiaki wore a deep frown on her face throughout the entire thing. And that's how Yuan entered the rift. Once Kellen was done, a profound silence filled the room. After a long moment of silence, Shujiaki stood up and began walking to the exit. "Where are you going?" Senior Bai inquired. "I'm going to speak with an expert." "Then I'm going to head down to the fourth heaven," she said. "Don't take this the wrong way. But even if we go down there, what can we do? Nobody has ever returned from the other side." Senior Bai shook his head. Shujiaki halted her movement after hearing his words. "The most up-to-date e-novels are published on FreyoWebnovel.com. A moment later, she walked out of the room without responding. Senior Bai looked at Kalen, who appeared to be on the verge of tears from fear, and said, "Let's go." "Where?" he asked. "The fourth heaven." While Shujiaki disappeared somewhere, Senior Bai and Kellen made their way to the fourth heaven. However, due to Senior Bai's identity and position within the celestial overlords, more work and effort were required before he could be permitted to enter the fourth heaven. Upon arriving at the Endless Beast Den, Senior Bai was surprised to see many experts there. "The three grand sects, huh? How are they involved?" Senior Bai asked Kalen. Kalen didn't go into detail and only recalled the important parts when he explained the situation, so Senior Bai wasn't aware the three grand sects were involved. Actually, they were the ones who were fighting with Yuan, he explained. "Huh? The three grand sects? Why?" Kalen explained how Yuan thought it was silly to monetize hunting wild magical beasts, which started the whole fight. Senior Bai rubbed his eyes in a stressed manner and sighed, "What a headache." They descended shortly after. A few days before Senior Bai and Kalen arrived at the Endless Beast Den, the sect leaders of the three grand sects gathered there after being informed of the situation. Excuse me, the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect approached Shimei, who hadn't moved from her spot since Kalen left. Shimei didn't respond. Despite being ignored, the sect leader wasn't offended, or more precisely, didn't dare to be offended, he continued. "I am Dudalmi, the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect. I would like to apologize for what happened to your friend." "Save your breath," Shimei suddenly interrupted. "We both know you don't care." The sect leader immediately became speechless. After a moment of silence, he returned to the other two sect leaders. "It's pointless. We might actually make things worse if we try to appease her," said Dudalmi. "So what do we do? Wait for the people from Celestial Overlord to show up and kill us?" the sect leader of the Grand Harmony sect said. "Don't say that. The Celestial Overlord is a righteous faction. They wouldn't kill us over something like this, right?" The sect leader of the Grand Defiance sect said, in addition to the sect leaders of the three grand sects, those directly involved with the incident, such as the Grand Elders and Elder Howe, were also present. "Fuck, this is all your fault, Elder Howe. Why did you have to bother that young man?" Grand Elder Du cursed, blaming him for everything. "Don't push your blame on me, Grand Elder. I was only doing my job. You were the one who initiated the fight." Elder Howe exclaimed, "So what? I wasn't the one who destroyed the endless beast, Den." Grand Elder Du turned to look at Grand Elder Tang and Grand Elder Lu, whose complexions were as pale as sheets. I only wanted to spectate. Grand Elder Tang was the one who pressured me into attacking him." Grand Elder Lu pointed her fingers at him. "Shut up. I was only avenging Grand Elder Du and trying to save face for the three grand sects. If you weren't so weak, Grand Elder Du, we wouldn't be here right now." Grand Elder Tang redirected the blame to Grand Elder Du again, going in circles. They continued to blame each other for the next several days until Senior Bai and Kellen appeared before them. Chapter 1599 Infinite Beasts Spawn Rift. Chapter 1599 Infinite Beasts Spawn Rift. When Grand Elder Lu and Grand Elder Tang noticed Kellen approaching them, they immediately alerted their sect leaders. "Sect leader? It's the Celestial Overlord. They're here." "What?" The sect leaders immediately froze after hearing this. They were too busy pondering how they could fix their situation to notice Senior Bai and Keelan's presence. "Fuck, we messed up," they cried inwardly. However, they had no time to think, and immediately greeted Senior Bai and Keelan. They clasped their hands and lowered their body in a respectful manner. "We greet the seniors from Celestial Overlord." Keelan responded, "If you're here to apologize or make excuses, you can save your breath. We're not here for you, really. You're not going to punish us? Even if it might cost me my life. I have to admit that we're partially responsible for what happened." Dudaomi lifted his head and said, "While you've admitted to being responsible, are you going to take responsibility? How are you going to do that?" Senior Bai stepped forward and asked, "Freya Wilbnivel." That's we will no longer monetize the endless beast, Den Dudaomi said. Of course, this decision was made on the spot without the other two sect leaders' approval. However, neither of them objected to it. Although no magical beasts are currently spawning, it was due to the appearance of a rift. Once a rift appears, no more magical beasts would spawn for at least 10 years. Senior Bai sneered at their approach to accountability. Despite what happened to Yuan, he could not bring himself to place the blame squarely on the three grand sects. If the rift hadn't appeared, what they did would only qualify as a skirmish, since they wouldn't have been able to hurt Yuan, much less kill him. The Celestial Overlords were a righteous faction, and causing trouble for the three grand sects over this unfortunate incident would only tarnish their reputation. The next moment, Senior Bai walked past them and approached Shimeli. "How are you doing? I am Bai Linyu, a friend of Yuan." "Bai Linyu? The sect master of the Gates of Heaven?" Those from the three great sects were greatly shocked and bewildered after learning Senior Bai's identity. This content is taken from FreyaWebnovel.com. Senior Bai was a prominent figure not only in the upper heavens but also revered in the lower heavens for his virtue. To ascend the ranks of the Celestial Overlords, one must accumulate good karma through acts of righteousness, so one could imagine how much Senior Bai had done to reach his rank of Overlord. Furthermore, Senior Bai was the sect leader of the Gates of Heaven, a top-tier sect that spanned across the fifth heaven, seventh heaven, and supreme heaven. Not many sects from the upper heavens establish branches in the lower heavens due to resource constraints, but those that do are considered the elite of the elite. "Bai, are you the owner of the myriad of techniques?" Shimeli asked, as she recalled Yuan mentioning him to her before. "Yes, you're correct." Senior Bai nodded with a friendly smile on his face. "I see." After a moment of silence, Shimeli continued, "Please tell me you know a way to save Yuan." The smile on Senior Bai's face immediately disappeared. replaced with a perplexed expression. Unfortunately, nobody has ever returned after entering the rift. However, my superior is currently seeking an expert's help, so there might still be hope. For now, we can only wait for my superior to show up. Those from the 3 grand sects felt their hearts skip a beat after hearing this information. Senior Bai was an overlord of celestial overlords, so only a celestial overlord would qualify to be his supervisor. Senior, does this mean a celestial overlord will make an appearance here? The sect leader of Grand Harmony sect asked Keelan with a nervous look on his face. Keelan looked at him and said, "Not just any celestial overlord either. Lady Shu will make an appearance herself." "Shu, celestial overlord Shu Jackie?" Dudaomi fell on his buttocks after hearing her name. Among the few celestial overlords in their faction, Shu Jackie stood out as the most prominent and influential figure. She also had a reputation for being incredibly ruthless and merciless. Just her name alone would scare even the most vicious immortals out there. "Shu Jackie, the celestial goddess?" Grand Elder Du cried out loud. "No, we're doomed." Elder Hao fell to his knees with a despaired look on his face. Kalen understood their emotions very well. In the celestial overlords, there was nobody more fearsome than Shu Jackie, and her involvement was reserved only for the most significant of tasks. Since we're going to die anyway, I might as well ask. Who was that young man, and what's his relationship with the celestial overlords? To make the celestial goddess come down to the 4th heaven? He must be very important to her, Du Daomi asked. I don't know about his relationship with celestial overlord Shu, but he's a good friend of Senior Bai and also a general within the celestial overlords. A general, but he looked very young. Grand Elder Du exclaimed in disbelief. That's just how talented he was. Kellen shook his head, his voice filled with disappointment. Grand Elder Du swallowed nervously as he recalled Yuan effortlessly defeating him despite having a much lower cultivation. This sort of talent was almost unheard of. Unfortunately, Yuan had gone inside the rift, and the chances of him returning were pretty much 0, so he was essentially already dead. Meanwhile, Shu Jackie was engaged in a conversation with the expert she had sought out with some difficulty. Is there a way to bring back someone who entered an infinite beast spawn rift? This expert, a tall, beautiful woman with brown hair, tanned skin, and green eyes, was surrounded by many powerful magical beasts as she spoke. You should already know the answer to that question, so why waste your time coming here to ask me? Shu Jackie silently clenched her jaw and narrowed her eyes, fixing the woman with a cold, piercing glare. Chapter 1600 Yuan's Message. Chapter 1600 Yuan's Message. The beasts surrounding the woman instantly sensed the threat in Shu Jackie's gaze toward their master and bared their teeth in a defensive warning display. In response, Shu Jackie's body emitted killing intent. I don't have the time to joke with you today, Hu Yao. Shu Jackie uttered the next moment in a cold voice. Sensing her killing intent, the beasts began to howl and roar, their cries echoing with aggression. Seeing this, the woman named Hu Yao sighed. Stop it, you idiots. You know I won't be able to avenge you guys if you fight her and perish, right? The magical beasts immediately calmed down after hearing her words. Hu Yao continued a moment later. To answer your question, no, there's no way to bring back someone who'd entered such a rift. Why are you asking? Did someone you know enter a rift? It's been a long time since I have heard of someone entering one of those. However, Shu Jackie didn't respond to her inquiries and was even walking away. Leaving already? What's the rush? If you don't have any helpful insights, I have no reason to stay here any longer, Shu Jackie said. Hu Yao showed a mysterious smile and said, Actually, now that I think about it, there might be a way. Shu Jackie instantly halted her movement and turned around to look at Hu Yao, who continued speaking. If someone as powerful and as capable as you enters a rift, perhaps you might find a way to bring them back. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed drastically as an overwhelming pressure was exuded by Shu Jackie. I thought I said I didn't come here to joke around? Shu Jackie stared daggers at Hu Yao. That's none of your business. You made it my business by coming to me for advice. Who said I was joking? Most of the people that went to explore the rift were run-of-the-mill immortals. If someone like you were to explore the rift, there's a good chance you might make it back. Hu Yao explained with a brave smile. Visit FreyaWebNovel.com for the Est Envol reading experience. Shu Yaki remained silent, her expression contemplative, almost as if she were seriously considering the possibility presented to her. FreyaWebNoel.com. Hu Yao's eyes widened at this, and she said, "Don't tell me you're actually thinking about it. Now I'm really interested in this individual you're trying to save. That's none of your business. You made it my business by coming to me for advice. You think you're giving me advice? You've only given me nonsense." Hu Yao shrugged and said, "Then let me tell you this. Even if you were to enter the rift to rescue this individual, you'd need to find a rift to enter. A rift only remains open for a few moments before disappearing, so you'd need to find a new one, which is only possible by destroying infinite beast spawns, which has a very low chance of spawning. Once an infinite beast spawn is destroyed, you will need to wait at least a decade before you get another chance, and the last time a rift opened up was several thousand years ago. I have no intention of entering the rift, but thanks for nothing." Shu Jiaqi left shortly after. Never easy to please that woman. Hu Yao shook her head with a smile. A few days later, Shu Jiaqi arrived at the Endless Beast Den. However, given her prominent status, she discreetly made her way into the fourth heaven to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. This time, the sect leaders of the three grand sects made sure to pay attention to their surroundings and noticed Shu Jiaqi's arrival almost instantly. "Who are they?" Shu Jiaqi pointed to those from the three grand sects with her gaze. Senior Bai gave her a quick explanation of their involvement. After learning of the full situation, Shu Jiaqi's gaze remained on them for a few moments, her thoughts unknown. The sect leaders were so nervous that none of them dared to utter a word without Shu Jiaqi's permission, and even their greeting was done in silence. In the end, Shu Jiaqi decided to ignore them and asked Senior Bai, "Any news on Yuan or the rift?" He shook his head and said, "Unfortunately not. What about your end?" "Nothing useful," she sighed. "So there's nothing we can do besides wait for Yuan to return by himself?" she merely asked. "Moo." Shu Jiaqi silently nodded, overwhelmed by emotion. Shi Mei's composure shattered, and she began to weep, releasing a torrent of tears she had restrained for more than a week. Seeing this, the urge to go after Yuan grew stronger inside Shu Jiaqi's heart. However, just as they pondered how to comfort Shi Mei, they noticed several individuals approaching them from a distance. 4 individuals, to be precise. Those ladies are, Senior Bai recognized them as he'd seen them at the Myriad of Techniques before. They were Mixu, Chu Liusheng, Li Jinxi, and Lan Yingying. What are you guys doing here?" Shi Mei wiped her tears and forced herself to stop crying to ask them. "Yuan told us to come here," Mixu said. "What Yuan? How?" Shi Mei wore a puzzled look on her face, as did everyone else there. Let's just say I have a method to contact Yuan, even when we're far away from each other anyway. He wanted me to tell you not to worry about him."
Wait a minute. Let's slow down a little. Who are you guys, and where is Yuan now?
Shu Jiaqi stepped forward and asked. "They're Yuan's friends. I have seen them with him at the Myriad of Techniques on several occasions." Senior Bai quickly explained. Mishu nodded and said, "But who are you? We were only expecting Shi Mei." She logged out of Cultivation Online several days after Yuan wrote the note. After reading it, she gathered the others and rushed to the Endless Beast Den to explain the situation to Shi Mei. However, only Shi Mei was mentioned in Yuan's note, and they weren't acquainted with anyone else there. "This may be our first time meeting like this, but I have seen you guys before with Yuan at the Myriad of Techniques, which I own," Senior Bai said. "They're from his faction, and they came here after what happened to Yuan," Shi Mei further explained. "I see, anyway. Hurry up and tell us about Yuan. Is he okay? What's his situation like?" Shu Jiaqi inquired in an impatient manner.